All right. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson. How's everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. How are you all? All right. So I'm going to try and keep it relatively short today. A lot of people are off. They took an extra long weekend. So team is like, hey, try not to, run the stream until like 6 p.m. like you like to. So I'm going to try and keep it relatively short so I get to enjoy a more casual weekend as well. And I think we have a good plan for doing that today. If you read the description of the video, the idea is that we're going to be repainting one of the very first traps of the game. Looking back to, the original deathbot, the like trebuchet, the Swiss Army Mousetrap, Mary Mousinette, even potentially bases. So like really, really, really early days. I think my chat's not working. Hello. I'm gonna relaunch that because I think we're looking at doing some kind of tweaks to the. This is just not working. All right. If people can see me, type Goda in chat. Yeah. So basically, I'm working on some concepts to kind of like try and rework the Town of Narnia quest because hey, there we go. It is working. Hello, generic potato. Hello, Sai. Hello, Claire. Hello, Mandy, Bon Bam, Sally Sue, Chong, Chon Yin Kun. I'm sorry, I'm bad with names and pronouncing everything. Less of how. I'm not even going to try. I'm sorry. My brain just like, if I try and, say things I don't recognize, I just, all the letters get jumbled. Hello from Schleswig-Holstein. What's up from Malaysia? All right, send me Super Brie. We'll see. We'll see if Larry is feeling like Super Brie today. I don't get to dictate what Larry gives though. Yeah, sorry. So what we're gonna do today is we're gonna do some repainting of one of the original traps. They're in dire need of an update, and basically, if we get to kind of redo the Town of Narnia, and we're trying to kind of like make the introduction to the game better, I don't want people to come in and the traps they use for a good portion of the game, because the early days you're like using a trap for a decent amount of time. We like to redraw old mice because that's pretty fun and cool, but like you don't see those nearly as long as you would your trap, right? Nice. I am not gonna like speak other languages. I do know bonjour. Hello. But yeah. Hola. Yeah. From Estos Unidos. Yeah. All right. Oh, thank you. Yeah. The chrome oxbot skin. Good day. Thank you. Yeah. No. I appreciate your appreciation. Yes, redo the early traps to make them 8-bit. Oh my gosh, that would actually be really like fun to like have a themed kind of design like that. Actually, that'd be a really cool like trap skin. It wouldn't work well with a base, but like if there was like a whole set, that'd actually be really fun. I don't do a lot of sprite and pixel art, and it takes, honestly, if you've ever tried it, it's extremely hard. Like the thing with painting the way that I do is I have kind of like so much resolution that I can just kind of like smudge and smear and like tweak and adjust all I want. But when you're doing like little sprites where you have like 16 pixels by 16 pixels or less, every single choice of what color is this pixel, and does this one appear, does it not, like, makes all the difference in the world. So it takes an incredible amount of skill to actually make really good pixel art. So I have bad respect. But that'd actually be pretty fun to like do like a really low res kind of style on purpose design for like traps. So that'd be a fun kind of trap skin someday that you'll have to remind me about, so we can try it out and see how difficult it is. You know, live, of course, as I do. Yeah. From 8-bit, we would eventually move into 64-bit trap skins. I feel like if we did like a cyber tech area, it'd be fun to kind of like explore that kind of space, which I could see us doing. Be pretty fun. Okay, so what I want to do is let you pick what we want to work on today. So we have quite a few options, and I will list those out. I should have probably made a poll for this. Let's see if the straw poll. Oh, straw poll is correct. Okay, I just used the wrong straw poll apparently. I like this one. All right, let me grab the list of options, and I'll whip this up. We're also gonna try working in Clip Studio again. I've been doing a lot of Photoshop because I've been doing some interface stuff, so it'll be fun to kind of get back into trying to learn that. And we're gonna do a recording of the painting, and we might do the whole thing today, which will be quite satisfying. All right, so let me actually pull up the correct task list. And there it is. Okay, so we have dehydration base, which is not all that exciting, but we could do it. Mouse marionette. Which I'm just like, I want to delete this trap. Mouse rocketing. Can't hit enter apparently. Mouse trebuchet. Swiss Army mouse trap. We have Lauren's. She started work on the 500-pound spike crusher, like before quarantine started, and then that kind of got like put to the side, and we completely forgot about it. So that one's pretty much done, I think. So next time we kind of like do a round of uploading of this kind of stuff, we'll try and include that. We have the original deathbot, and I think that, yeah, high tension spring, tacky glue trap, those have also been dealt with. All right, so what redraw. Create pull, share, copy. All right, in the chat, I have created. Yeah, and one of the things that I dislike about these original traps, it's not like all of them, but a lot of them are like way more kind of like brutal than I would like. Like the Mouse Rocketine and the Swiss Army Mouse Trap are like extremely gory, kind of the implications of them, which I really regretted kind of like making them that extreme. So I would probably like try and adjust the actual design itself. And like the Merry Mouse in it, I just dislike the idea of the trap completely. So, you know, like, I don't know how I would fix those. Because it's like they're very, very specifically kind of a certain design. And I would want to kind of like completely redo it and like move away from those concepts. So I'm not sure how I'll handle it if we choose those. But we'll see, we'll see. Commodore 64 style. Yeah, yeah. Like I enjoy like low res games in 3D. Like I can totally appreciate that space, but there is certainly a very specific charm for like 2D kind of like sprite like art, and just kind of like the really like a lot of that holds up now, whereas you could like load up a really low poly game, and it just does not hold up these days, you know. Like I remember just being blown away when I first played Final Fantasy VII, um, and like you know, like they're made out of like 26 like polygons, basically the characters, and they had like cool cutscenes where there was like, oh wow, they have like 1,000 polys. But yeah, nowadays when you look at that, you're like, whoa, like it's pretty wild. But then again, there's also things like Minecraft or other games where it's like they're very intentionally low poly, but like what you can do with that space is actually pretty cool and well designed. And I'm actually playing a game now with a bunch of friends called Valheim, which is like also extremely low poly count, and like the textures are very low res, but at the same time they've like designed it really well, so it actually, you know, it if you were to compare it to, you know, other games, you'd be like, oh, this doesn't look like it's going to be very good, but when you're moving around in the space, the lighting and the kind of the atmosphere that is created around it actually kind of like pads it out quite well. um, so I've been impressed with how kind of like low the graphics are, but it feels very visceral and pretty. Um, yeah. All right. So let's see. Let me look at the results. We got deathbot at the top. Right on. All right. Deathbot followed very closely by the Swiss Army Mousetrap. I'm going to let this run for another minute and a half. So if you have not voted, go into the chat, click on the straw poll that I linked there. Let me know what you want to see redrawn today. All right. Yeah. So I should probably actually dig up those old files. Sorry, most of what I'm doing right now is just on my desktop, so I'm not sharing my screen just yet. I suppose I could switch the camera over, but wow. Clip Studio, blank canvas. Actually, not even an open canvas. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is gonna be buried in like the original trap file, which interestingly enough was like when I first created the traps, I actually worked on one file, and I would just like create a new group and layers within that file for new traps, so I could like turn them on and off and compare them to each other. And of course, you know, doing it that way was super kind of like inefficient. It would, you know, I'd have hundreds of layers in this file on an old computer, which could barely handle that kind of thing. And you know, it got pretty big. And I would also be like scanning in like really big pencil sketches and then like putting those in the file. And so, yeah, it got very untenable. But yeah, these ones specifically would be in that file, I believe. So what I'm thinking instead, plus like that file is probably at a low resolution compared to how I draw them nowadays anyway, so I wouldn't want to work inside that file regardless. So what I'm thinking is I'll dig up the actual export of the trap, and then I'm just going to paint over it, because it's not like I'm going to use any of the original layers. Where are you, deathbot? Found the party bot. Maybe I'll just have to draw over the party bot. Also, yeah, like a lot of my older kind of file layouts are like really unorganized, so it can be a bit challenging to dig up everything. Right. Sorry, it's a very slow start, everyone. Actually, I have a good search tool on this computer. I might be able to find it that way. Yeah, I was kind of hoping to get to do the deathbot. Actually, it's one that at least I used for quite a while. I guess back when it was kind of like the big deal. Interesting. I do not have the original one show up. I wonder what I called it. Bot. I could always just like equip it in game and then just take a screenshot of that, I guess. Maybe I'll have to do that. Because searching for bot just pulls up a whole lot of images on my computer. Like potion bottles. I have found the party bot, the grungy bot, the frill bot. I don't know what they're actually called. Those are just the names apparently that I have. You know what? Party bot it is. Okay, so let me open up the actual trap template so I can draw on top of a proper file. Oh, right. That's going to open in Photoshop. And it's the old version of Photoshop. What am I even doing? Come on. Close. I want to work in Clip Studio. All right, open with. Oh, choose another app, eh? It's not even here. More apps. Look for an app on this PC. I'm going to add Clip Studio to the PSD file type. If I can find it real quick. Okay, forget it. That's taking too long. Can I do this? Can I just drag and drop a file onto Clip Studio? Oh, it worked. Okay, we're good. So this is the trap template. This is interesting. So in Photoshop, you can create kind of alpha channels in kind of like the layers and color channels area. And Clip Studio just kind of doesn't know exactly what to do with those. So here is some alpha selections from the original kind of like template trap. And what's interesting is you can very clearly see there are two traps that for whatever reason I had decided to like create an alpha cutout of them way back when, and they just kind of like remained in that file that then got converted to a to the template. So this here is handy. I use this one because this allows me to kind of like create the different planes of a base reliably, so I know exactly kind of like how they fit. Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting looking at this this file in a different program because of how it interprets things. Like the folder structures are a little different from what I'm used to. But this is cool. All right, I'm going to delete these. And these are handy. So you can see how it kind of like overlays perfectly, right? This, why do I have that? I don't need to. This we don't use on this file anymore, but I guess it's handy in case we need to make sure it's not going to block anything. I'll just make a new folder. Tuck that out of the way. Alpha channels. Cool. Hide. All right. Put you at the bottom. All right. So, isn't this? It's like an old trap. Here. I'll leave that. Move you down. The other old traps. Put that in its own folder. examples. Okay. Good, 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 good. So that's under traps, bases, examples. So this group here is going to be for drawing the new trap. But first of all, I need to bring in the party bot. Okay, so can I drag this layer over? Nope. Can I just trying to like figure out the best method to move it into a different file. I guess I could just do a selection of this since it's one layer. Doesn't seem like the ideal method, so there's probably a better way, but this should work. Okay, switch to this file and paste. And ooh, okay, so here's the thing. Resizing this to be accurate is kind of the question. So thankfully when I'm transforming this, for whatever reason, it does seem to preserve all of the alpha that got copied over. Or did it? It's weird. Why is it not square or lining up? Okay, so that didn't work. Let me see, maybe if this is doubled in size. Scale. Oh no. Okay, how do I... So, I'm sorry. This is me like trying to learn this program after being away from it for a little while and kind of not learning how to do very specific things, which is handy and easy to do in, come back, there we go, in Photoshop. So I want to be able to like scale this up to exactly like 200%, because I think that this file is actually double the size of this resolution, perhaps. And that would make things line up, I think. But yeah, this is looking weird. Can I just place import image? And now if I go and find the party vault, that might be able to import it more accurately. Rendered. There's the Swiss Army mousetrap. Where are you, party bot? There you are. Okay, so this is preserving the file correctly. So I should be able to... Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I wish there was... Okay, actually, here is where it is. I forgot. Yeah, okay. So it is this, and it was 200. I was right. So putting that at 200 matches it perfectly, and that should be lined up exactly how it needs to be now. So now, I can get rid of this old version. And look at that sweet party hat it's got. They're multiplying. All right. Yeah, the dehydration base could be a bit spiffier, and I think people do end up using that for a while now. It'd be actually probably really useful to kind of like run through the early game to get a better impression of like what traps people are kind of stuck with for a while, which can be a little hard to do because depending on when they join the game, there's kind of like some good like events that can kind of like help them out if they have good timing and are aware of how to get that stuff. But yeah, the deathbot I recall I used for a while. So, and it's also going to be a fun one to do on stream, whereas like the Swiss Army trap might not be as exciting. Although it'd be kind of fun to like repurpose how that would work instead of it just being like all these like terrifying knives on a base, making it more like corkscrew and screwdriver bits and really ineffective saw and all kinds of like making it more like an actual kind of like Swiss Army tool where it's just got like all these different bits, so it's a super adaptable weapon as opposed to just I'm gonna slice everything up into a whole bunch of bits. All right. So I don't know if we'll bother with redoing like the grungy and like the flower skin for it. That is something we could consider doing, and depending on how fast this goes, maybe we'll be able to do more than just this today. All right. Sorry, I gotta catch up on the chat. I fell behind. Yeah, I think that there's reason to kind of like go through some early game area, like and kind of like audit what that flow is like, because I think there is some kind of like big gaps for the experience, and then other areas where it's kind of like you kind of just skip over something, and we could probably make that just a nicer experience overall. But that's going to take a little bit more effort than just kind of like redrawing some old stuff that we know people will probably use when they join the game at a certain point. Yeah, so we're going to breathe new life into the original deathbot. I definitely am still going to go back and get like the earliest traps. So we have like the like 500-pound spike crusher, the like the original kind of like mousetrap, like the tacky glue, and the what is it even called, the high tension spring. Those are being redone already. Let's see. Such is the fate of all early traps. Yeah. And again, like I still want to like get the team on board with the idea of being able to kind of like as long as it shares the same power type, being able to like reskin your trap to like older trap skins and stuff like that, so you could like enjoy the old classics that are totally useless. You will never equip them ever again because they're just garbage, but being able to enjoy the art would be pretty cool. I feel like that would be pretty fun to be able to do. And I think it could just be restricted to power type perhaps, but that's going to take a little bit of convincing and work, so not happening right away. Yeah, we're coming up on the 13th birthday real soon. Real soon. This is the party bot. You can't have it. It is one of these. An LE. All right. Yeah, I don't know if dehydration base is currently super useful. Like, there's potentially somewhere they could go to like replace that relatively quickly, but I think it's a half decent one in like a good portion if you miss events or something. I'm not totally sure. I'd have to like look through it and really figure that out. Yeah, Aqua is like a long ways away. Yeah. Yeah, and there was like I don't know who of you were kind of in the community in that space around that time. There was the non-violent mouse removal charity. What was the C? But like I had created a lot of vicious traps. Like, look at this saw blade; it's terrifying. And they were like, hey, maybe we don't have to like maim and destroy. So they were actually one of the reasons that I really started to take the traps into a much less lethal kind of territory. So that was pretty cool. And there was this whole dynamic of kind of like players purposely picking traps that were less kind of like vicious, and like an actual kind of like choosing sides on that debate, which I thought was really neat. That's pretty cool. And yeah, like the portals were kind of like one of the ways to go away from that. But yeah, like very quickly, like I think the deathbot was probably the one of the very last ones where I was like, you know, nasty toothy blades kind of thing. Um, so close this window. I don't need that. Do not save. This one's fine. All right. Actually, you know what? Generic Potato, if you would like to provide that feedback, I would love it. Um, we have some new members of the MouseHunt team, and they've been kind of like sharing their experiences with the early game, because that's one of the things that I'm trying to work on right now, just as kind of like uh, a side project in the project, where it's kind of like what I want to do is take the town of Nanya and really kind of like make it a showcase of what MouseHunt can be if you stick around long enough to get to that experience. Um, and being able to make it digestible for someone who has no language in this universe. So it's a big ask, big tall task to try and give that impression, give that experience. But like right now, it's not that. But if you have like some other early game thoughts, you know, these are frustrating points in the experience. I recently learned that we still haven't kind of like distributed the cheese shops to all locations. That was something early on where we were like, this is an interesting mechanic because traveling it costs gold. And so you had to kind of like prepare your journey before you left because you wanted to preserve your resources. So you'd have to kind of like stock up on cheese before you traveled to the mountain, and kind of like when you ran out, you had to like come back and restock and stuff like that. And that was part of the dynamic of like the early game when there wasn't much actual mechanics behind each area. But it obviously we expanded the gameplay to be more about like no, you are in a self-contained adventure, and everything you do, it's kind of just in there, and that's a much more enjoyable time instead of kind of like running out being like, oh, I gotta go to the that island over there to like pick up 300 coconut milk so I can convert it in the crafting menu with that. And oh, do I need, like you'd have to literally write down like a grocery list. And that's still the case for like the tribal isles and stuff like that. So one of the things that I want to do as well is kind of like retooling the town to kind of like give more of a proper MouseHunt experience and what it's about. Would be to kind of like clean up some of those elements where it's just like a pain point. It's just frustrating. It doesn't add anything positive to the experience, and so I don't see it really giving value. So hopefully we can kind of like clean some of that stuff up because it's not ideal. Yeah, actually, the 500-pound spike crusher, like the art, is very true to the original. I was quite impressed, but it just looks so much nicer. All right, so one of the things I want to do is make sure that I record the time lapse for this because that's cool. And I believe it's already set. You just toggle it and it goes. All right, so we're going to move this to the bottom of this group. I'm going to lower the opacity on it. Around 30% is fine. Going to switch over to just kind of like my sketching brush. And I'm just going to kind of like redraw this just as the sketch. So one of the things about this bot is it's very, oh, it's using white, weird. It kind of has like that like plastic, the high-tech plastic going on, the like the shell of machinery in like movies where there's like androids with their synthetic kind of skin, like it's maybe, you know, a durable kind of armored plastic or something. But that's kind of like the feel I was trying to create with this. But this is an interesting shape. Okay, so I'm gonna redesign it just a little bit, give it a little more kind of exciting dynamicness. Yeah, so like a lot of the other deathbots are very metallic, and then of course, you know, we went chrome for them and kind of like keep it chrome. Gotta change that hotkey. Actually, I'm gonna do that right now because I keep getting frustrated by it. Let's see, shortcut settings. Let's just pull this up. All right, so brush. So this is interesting because you can make a hotkey for like each of your very custom brushes, or just have the hotkey be like that whole tool and cycle around between it. Because I'm very used to Photoshop, I have B for brush, and right now it's just set to the entire airbrush tool, which I don't think I properly use in here, so I'm going to change it to my main brush. So edit shortcut B. Okay. So now when I click that, I actually get the brush I expected to. Yeah, actually, like, I believe that there was the intention in the original design to... Okay, there we go. I actually forgot to use the hotkey, that's why. To kind of like keep it in the same kind of universe of design. So like I did kind of like have the impression of a mouse on purpose with this design. So like these kind of like being more like mouse ears in a way. But then of course, you know, I just went wherever I wanted with the design itself beyond that. Yeah. Let's see. So I think I'll ditch the saw blade or change it to be something less toothy at least. Yeah. And like the chain gun, like maybe I'll make it a little more kind of like high tech and less kind of like, I don't know, it's just some of these things are fun and silly. Like, I don't know, like a rocket salvo is ridiculous enough that I'm like, no, this is harmless. Like this is cartoon level ridiculousness. A chain gun, that's definitely borderline. A like ripping tooth saw, like with really bad, just it does not actually, like if I rotated this, the perspective is real bad. I feel like that would be, you see that in a cartoon, you're like, I guess that happens in cartoons though, but whatever. Oh, computer got real slow for a second. All right, so it's got like long limbs, huh? Didn't realize how long this one was. Yeah, I don't feel like I need to replicate this exactly, to be honest. So let's see. The Omni Trap being able to equip all skins ever. Could be interesting. Yeah, like, so, okay, so I am super interested in hearing early game feedback from you. If you're on Discord and you have like some kind of like notes that you could share with me, I would actually love to get that from you. Some people have kind of like compiled a Google Doc and linked me that. I've found that really helpful because I can kind of like reference that in how I'm kind of like setting stuff up. So if people are interested in kind of like sharing your experiences, the more perspective I have on that, that's awesome. And then as well, like, yeah, like if you wanted to kind of like see that kind of, you know, feature of like being able to equip different trap skins and stuff. This feels like a spider now. I'd like to kind of hear, you know, thoughts on how you can see that working, and because that's something that I think would be pretty exciting for people. Oh yeah, that's right. So one of the things that I've been doing with this program is using the actual brush as an eraser. That's a cool thing. So you can do that. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just kind of like working on some different design potential for the game. You know, while we're kind of like wrapping up event season, there's kind of like for the current state of the art team, we have like we have less of an art load currently because we don't have kind of like, this is the next permanent area that we're in full production on. You know, we're still kind of like working up the concept docs for those and just kind of like getting everything in order. So I have a little bit of time to kind of like figure out all the kind of like details of potential other parts of the game that we could kind of like work on. So now is a good time to be able to do that before we get really busy with things. Don't like this shape so much. Lasers, yeah. No, I think that this would be like, you know, like turning this into, hello, brush. Like I'll just do this. There we go. Like making it some kind of high-tech laser cannon would be better than a Gatling gun, chain gun, whatever. So still horrifying, but I don't know, lasers just seem less bad than bullets in this regard for whatever reason. I don't know. Perhaps I just have a skewed perspective on things. So this trap was created by well before, well maybe not well before, but before the NV or MC force field. The force field trap was like a response to these a more elegant weapon. Yes, I love it. It's just a lightsaber. Yeah, so it was like a response to these kind of like more devastating weapons of destruction. So I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking like, did you ever play like the old school like privateer space games, or like Escape Velocity, or you know, like they would have these kind of, you know, like cannons, and like they always had, you know, the laser kind of or wing commander or whatever, you know, something very kind of like ridiculous looking. It's always very fun to me, and like it'd have like metal bands coming off of it, you know, something like that, where it's like, this looks ridiculous, but it's shooting lasers, something like that. Oh man, I loved Privateer. It's like I've been kind of like teaching myself how to program stuff and making prototypes for MouseHunt and trying to like, you know, build cool things. But I'm also like playing around trying to learn how to kind of make my own little silly dumb project. And I would love to at one point make something ridiculous like Privateer, but like on a Jacob scale. So it'd be more like an interface version of a game like that. It'd be kind of more like Oregon Trail or something, but in space. That'd be fun. Or like Escape Velocity was fun as the 2D top-down kind of light physics, slide your ship around and in space, jump around, carry cargo between different points, get attacked by pirates, boarding ships, all that good stuff, all that good stuff. Okay, yeah, I think I want to make like this kind of laser. Could almost have like a Faraday cage look to it, maybe. I could kind of like give that impression. Lasers? Yeah. Yeah, like a hammer is super cartoonish. Mallet. Frying pan. Yeah. Oh no, that's exactly the style, right? That like discarded prop from a like a made-for-TV 1950s sci-fi show. Exactly that. Flamethrower is like in that same territory where it's like, I don't know, that's like I feel like a specific design of a trap it would work, but like for whatever reason I just like this robot of death blasting fire seems too much. Maybe it's just the saw blade mainly, but yeah, I don't know. That's just how I feel about it, I guess. So I'm gonna try and what? I thought I got rid of that hotkey. Oh right, because you have multiple hotkeys. I gotta get rid of that hotkey. Sorry. I pulled up that weird brush again. I must destroy it. Where are you? Airbrush. I do not want. Delete shortcut. Okay. Too many arms. It is. It is the upgraded Swiss Army. It's got all these bits and pieces for doing destruction. What tool shall I destroy with today? So, I'm thinking we'll have it kind of like coming towards us. So that'll be a more interesting angle. These arms I'm probably gonna like tweak a bit. Actually turn the sketch down more, it's kind of hard to see. I just need the overall like shape to kind of like, because I want it to still be like, yep, that's kind of how the deathbot used to be, but it looks way cooler now. It's like the deathbot honestly wasn't like in terrible need of a redraw compared to the others, but this is what you picked, so it's going to be what we do. Okay. So I don't know how I want that arm to attach just yet. I don't know if I'm stoked about this specific angle, but okay, we're going to do, yeah, like some kind of weird laser cage thing maybe here. I also don't know if I like that specific angle. Like it was kind of tilted in a bit, but okay, so what it was doing was it was aiming at the cheese, so that I can use. I can preserve that. Actually, now I'm kind of picturing it like if you ever like look at labs and even like space station stuff where it's like definitely a lot of technology in it, but it's also just like wrapped in foil and like big kind of like bulky insulation and stuff like that. I actually kind of just imagined that this is almost like that going on, where there's this kind of like um, big kind of lumpy insulation thing wrapped around this heavy duty laser cannon. So it's kind of like giving this strong impression that it like gets very toasty and overheated to the point where it needs like this ridiculous, countermeasure to protect the wires and stuff from melting just being near it, something like that. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, the Chrome Deathbot, like, I think the skins for it are gonna be the same for a while as well. If the intention of redesigning this trap is for kind of like new players going through this and getting kind of like nicer art, the Chrome version of this trap isn't very relevant to them, right? So what's kind of neat about that is like the old school players who've kind of like used the original version of this trap and have the Chrome version can appreciate that old school art, right? Because you'll have that version of the trap, and maybe eventually we'll redo it, but I don't think that it's a priority, because if you're going to be able to get the Chrome version of this trap, that's one thing. I don't remember if it's properly LE or not. I think Chrome stuff isn't these days. We might have kind of like had an exception with the deathbot though, so I'd have to look into that. But even if like the player could obtain this trap, I feel like there's better physical traps that they'll kind of like go to around that point anyways. I might be mistaken though. So we have like wires kind of coming off the side of it here, perhaps. And like I'm picturing kind of like almost that like warning tape on it, or like stand back, extreme danger. And it's like, this is a horrifying device, but I don't know, because it's like a over-the-top sci-fi thing, I feel like it's less bad. Like it's less giant buzzsaw. Yeah, it was the very first LE trap. I think you might be right. Yeah, I think this was definitely like, hey, meet this new character Ranza. By the way, this awesome best in trap weapon, we made it better, kind of thing, and it's for a lot of gold at the time, or whatever. Yeah, do not stare into the laser. That's it. It's like only enough to like damage your iris, but it like deters the mouse, or it's just warming the cheese with the laser to like make it more aromatic and attract more mice. There you go. All right. So I don't actually remember like how the top of this trap works. I think it might actually be connected like that. You know what? I have the other deathbots that probably use the exact same design. They would be helpful, because I don't want to go digging through like the old traps to try and find the very original version of this. So yeah, okay, so it is a full piece. There we go. Awesome. Should have just pulled that up. It's a better view of what the actual deathbot is. Should have just been working off this one. That hat just gets in the way. All right, right on. Actually, the grungy deathbot is not terrible. I don't remember when I made this, but it's not like too bad. I actually quite like this. The warm lighting and like the cobbled kind of plating is pretty cool, and like it actually like you can feel the texture on some parts of this. So I'm pretty happy with that. Considering how old that is, I'm pretty happy with it. I don't actually know how old that is, but it's probably pretty darn old. Not bad, not bad. Yeah. Same old operating system, all new hardware. Nice. Yeah, an area with that aesthetic? Ooh, that'd be cool. Yeah, steampunk. I'm super into like I don't like do the whole kind of like um, dressing up in steampunk, but like I got mad respect for it. I think it's super rad. Um, and I love drawing it too, which I'm sure you're aware of. We do a lot of steampunk style designs in this game. Like anytime we have an excuse to do kind of steampunk style, we're like, yes, please. We like drawing that. It's ridiculous and over the top, and that is our brand, really. Okay, so this is going back in perspective, so I'll give it a little bit of an ellipse to help express that. And then I want this plate to kind of just go a little wider and really help kind of define that shape a bit better. Maybe I'll have it all the way up to there even. It's like, should that be angled there maybe? See, if I do this little dip right here, suddenly it feels a little bit like a skull, which helps it with the deathbot name in a way, right? And if I like make the lights on it like this, it's like suddenly I see it. It's ridiculous. I don't think this will be what we do, but I'm just like, it's a skull now. But no, I don't think that like matches the aesthetic of the design. So just wanted to see what that would do. But like this little cut right here still kind of conveys that jawline a little bit, or the cheekbone here. So I'm not opposed to keeping that little kind of decision subtle, maybe just enough to kind of like give it that edge of death. Yeah, so like the actual dimension of the shape is not very well done because I'm like drawing off the original, so I should probably clean that up just a bit instead of trying to like draw over the original exactly. And this has kind of like the turret from Portal feel to it, which if I'm not mistaken, was that like around the same time maybe? I feel like Portal was before this? Oh my goodness, how old is Portal? Or did Portal steal my design? Actually, I remember the minions from what is that? Despicable Me, was it? People being like, They stole your like droid design, the little droids. Portal was 2007. Okay, yeah, it was like just a year before. Yeah, the Mad Max vibes of the grungy deathbot. Yes. Oh, I gotta watch Fury Road again. That was such a good movie. I enjoyed the heck out of that. I've only seen it once. How is that possible? All right. So I don't know. I don't want to make a design that I dislike more than the original, actually, because there's a certain kind of perhaps charm to the original. Maybe this needs to be smaller. It's like a weird big nose. Also probably more squat, to be honest. Oh, yeah, it's screen. Exactly. All right. Yeah, the deathbot also did have kind of like the 4 eyes, right? Like that. Or did I just add that for the other ones? I think it's always had the 4. The paw of eyes. And lower these. Okay, so I want it to be kind of the same arc around the central one, right? So something like this, and then evenly spaced. It's just the party hat was in the way. Again, I should have just kept the other deathbots up because they actually show more, but we're kind of redrawing a swath of it anyways, so whatever. Like this will be a fast one. Redraws the whole thing completely. Oh, right. Wrong hotkey. Whoops. Still getting used to the hotkeys on this. It's like a different hand position than Photoshop too. All right. So far, I'm not loving it. It looks like a sad potato, and we want a cool potato, right? All right. So let me just get the extra limbs in here. To be honest, maybe it needs that stuff. Should probably get the overall design before I start to kind of like fiddle with the details. That would probably be good. It's already 12. All right. Well, let's see. So how should I repurpose this? I feel like I want more kind of interactions between the different parts, like more overlapping and kind of like pieces kind of like connected and sliding over each other. I feel like that's more interesting for machinery type stuff. So it's like this arm or thigh or whatever leg kind of connects to this up here, right? But then this is kind of like jointed to this swivel point, which gives it this kind of like ability to rotate, right? It's got that kind of swiveling capability. But then this part right here gives it kind of like this socket joint here, right? Like a hip joint almost. So it's like this moves the leg that way in the z-axis or whatever, and then this kind of like rotates it in the y-axis. So that's kind of how I picture maybe that interaction working. So I need to kind of like be able to show like, oh, okay, so this can rotate on this axis. So how to do that is the question. This is how I like to approach the mechanical kind of creations. Like I actually try and figure out how they could maybe move a bit. Not going to draft up any blueprints, but it's kind of cool to try and make something that makes a little bit of sense. Don't know if that's going to work, but let's see. It's brought in just a bit, so it's kind of at a bit of an angle. But would this actually rotate it? Is the question that I'm thinking now. The entire leg is just lost now. You know, actually looking over at the other deathbot, I'm like, wait, I kind of figured this out, I think. Let me just copy this and paste it. So I kind of like brought a little more design into this. It doesn't have this kind of like pivot inward, but it seems to have more of that kind of like rotation joint to it. Yeah, very surprised deathbot's face. Ethereal deathbot. That'd be kind of cool if it was just like a ghostly apparition, a magic bot. We haven't really done that, have we? Done a whole bunch of other things, but I don't think we've done like magical deathbot style. I mean, to be fair, it's also because the deathbot is like physical power type, so magical is like the furthest away it should ever be. But now that I like heard that, I'm like, oh, I kind of want to make a magic version of it somehow. Cool, right? Scrapping all that. Okay, so that design was there for the original, but it's just not effective, in my opinion. So let's see. I want to have this. This is like the driving axis, right? This is what makes the leg step and rotate. So we'll keep that. And then coming off of this is going to be the hip ball joint, I guess. But this only rotates in one axis. Something like that. This is connected to it. This is tough. Okay, I might have a better idea of how I want to do that. So if it kind of comes up like this, and it goes into it, more like that. I don't know. This is a challenge apparently. Okay. I'm just gonna go with what your classic has for now and move on. And we'll come back to that when I'm seeing what I need to see for it. So I don't want to like not have a sketch ready for lunch. Ooh, it's saving, I guess. So this one, like, it has like an elbow joint, which is cool. That I designed that in there. Can keep that. I like that. I love that, like, me working on this right now, it actually looks worse in my opinion. But once I like get this where I need it to be, then I'm confident that by the end it's gonna look infinitely cooler. It's just right now I'm like, am I helping this? Am I making it worse? If I can't make this better looking than I did like nearly 13 years ago, there is a big problem. Okay, so I like these little kind of like zaps, little blasters. They're not so bad. They're pretty ridiculous. But we can kind of like probably make those even more ridiculous and fun. I like them being kind of more like lasers too. So maybe I'll have kind of that same kind of like banding on it, which, you know, turns it into a weird kind of like 1950s sci-fi laser, and like some wires coming off of it, because it's like the deathbot was like the prototype made by the Digby scientists, right? So it's like not actually a fully realized, you know, hunting machine. It was very good at the time, but now we have kind of like the Sandstorm Monstrobot and like, you know, other variants of these kind of cool robots. So this was like their very first prototype. So I kind of want to make it feel a little bit more like it's still being developed and designed. Like, I feel like that'd be pretty cool, which is why like having this like this kind of piping insulation feels appropriate for what this machine is, right? Like, I want it to feel incomplete. It's still, they're trying out different parts on it. It's modular and, you know, poorly designed still, kit bashed together, but not to the point where it's like walking garbage looking, but like, you know, I kind of want it to feel not quite as competent and devastating as it maybe originally seemed. Because originally it was designed to be the be-all end-all trap. But then we're like, wait, but we could just keep making this game. We don't need to make this like the end of it. We could. This is just the start. So I'm glad this trap is garbage now. All right, so we have kind of like those warning chevrons on the side here. And then the rocket salvo is fun. I'm going to keep that. I feel like that's over the top. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, I could even like whip an antenna on top of this thing, perhaps. On the original, like, I have this plate, which I was like, this is what the salvo attaches to, but where I drew the plate, it's like central to the spine of this, and then the salvo is like lumped off on the side. So I'm like, did I try and actually like sit that on the top and I just missed? I don't think so. I guess this kind of shows it like there's like attach points on the left side of it, I guess. Yeah. Oh, it's unknown. Oh, wait. No, they discovered it. I forgot about that. Yeah, they like uncovered some of this stuff. That is actually some good lore drop that I just let out. It's been a while. Been a while since I've dug into lore, but I gotta do that again. I gotta write some more stuff for MouseHunt. It's been a very long time. Very long time. Gotta learn more about what happened to Plank Run. All right. So yeah, I was thinking of the drill bot. You're absolutely right. Because they repurposed this technology, right? That's absolutely right. Okay, you got me. You got me. Which is fun because it's like, is there going to be more of this technology that shows up? I should think so. Yeah, now I'm kind of like, maybe I shouldn't make it all kit bashed. The next deathbot's the one that should look more kit bashed, really. What? I would never take inspiration from other media. How dare you implicate me in such a thing? Yeah. I think that's also maybe one of the reasons why I had it with that like really kind of weird robotic kind of shell that's like a strange unknown plastic, and kind of everything else is a little more metal. I actually kind of forgot about all that detail. Thank you for the refresher. It's, you know, been over a decade. Yeah, they did add like the drill and sorry, the buzzsaw and other tooling onto it. Yeah. I don't know. I guess it's not like a terrible design. It's just the actual rendering of it is very old, and like the outline style, I am trying to kind of like get rid of all that because it just doesn't match the proper MouseHunt aesthetic these days. And it's been kind of almost 13 years since we've done outlines on things in this game. I was never good at it to begin with. Right. Brush. So, we're gonna go till 1 o'clock. Then I'll take lunch. So we have time to like get this sketch in a decent spot. Yeah, it's like surely doing the redraw of this will be very fast. Surely. That's never the case. I know better than that. Or rather, I should know better than that. But I think we'll still be able to wrap this up at a reasonable time today. that's a great question, Jonathan. So what I'm probably going to do is it's going to be like more of an off-white, and I might even make it a little more kind of translucent to kind of like create that like plastic shell vibe to it, and then like having additions kind of like slapped onto it. But the way that I kind of render things in a white environment, if it's like white, is I'll still be able to kind of like work the kind of like the shadows and reflections and all kinds of stuff. Because I imagine that, you know, we have like one main light source, so maybe that kind of where it's hitting the object directly, that area might actually reach, you know, nearly pure white, but like everything else is kind of going to go a bit more shaded, so it'll kind of read against the backdrop. But yeah, that's always kind of like an interesting challenge to kind of make work. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I don't foresee that being an issue, to be honest. But that is a good question, which I will be able to demonstrate after lunch. So I'm going to try and work this design up until I go on lunch, and then after I come back, we'll do rendering on it. And that should kind of like fill the day with a decent design. And it's going to be really interesting, I think, to watch the time lapse of this at the end, which is something we get to do now, which is very exciting. Smudge tool is not quite as good in Clip Studio. Yeah, again, I'll come back to that leg. And again, maybe I just got the inspiration that I need. Okay, so if this here acts as a pivot, maybe I can make that work. This is going to the other side of that leg there. And this might have like a gap here. And this prevents it from overextension, but then it can kind of like pull in quite a bit. So have those angles be a bit different from each other to help demonstrate that. So it's like this is the pivot joint, right? Where the leg can kind of go up and in. And then this out here is the kind of walking rotation. If anything, this is like almost like musculature for pulling the leg in right here. This could be socketed into the hip more up here too. That's fine. Ooh. Autosave is very heavy on this. Don't like that. Might be because it's also doing the time lapse. That might kind of slow it down a bit. If that's the case, I suppose I can forgive it because I don't have any better solution for doing a time lapse at current. And this is nothing compared to the Photoshop hangs that I've had to deal with in the past, so I'll take it. Okay, so if I do the coloring on this, where like in the original there was kind of like some gold plating on it, this could be that same gold plating here, right? But then I'll have just a peak of it here, which will connect these two and help show that there's this kind of pivoting. And if I like plate this edge here, it'll show there's this kind of connection between these two parts, which will help imply that they kind of like hinge right here, right? That's the hope anyways. I think that kind of expresses that. I'm not sure if this rotation part is reading very well, but I think it's also a bit squat, or a bit kind of like rotated in trying to figure out what angle this should be rotated at. I'm not going to deal with the leg right now. But I did, and I think maybe I've kind of figured it out. I'll probably look at it after lunch and just be like, nah, scrap it. Throw the whole thing out, we're starting over. Okay, it does feel like more mechanical now. There's more kind of like parts and moving bits, which is neat. But yeah, this doesn't feel like a very good ellipse at all now. Especially since it looks like these are supposed to line up, but they super aren't. The way I drew it kind of implies that, so I need to fix that impression. This is one piece. Yeah, this ellipse is terrible. Oof. Actually, let's do something that I haven't done yet. Boop. Take a look at it in a different perspective and just see how off everything feels. Incredibly so. Pull this further back. 8 death bits. Okay, so if I kind of clip the top of this, and then clip the top of this, that also helps kind of connect them, but then it also like makes this ellipse a little bit more unconnected, I guess. I don't know. Feels a little more like it's not actually the same ellipse anymore. I'm bad at words. It might look gooder. Perfect. Nailed it. Alright, so I think this joint could actually go up here. Actually feel like if this is rotating, this kind of sticks out on top, right? So I'm imagining this thing rotating significantly and just like smashing into this kind of, I don't know, what is that? It's like, it's like the hub, or I don't know, there's like the wheel well for like old school cars is what that's making me think of. Just can't remember what that would be called. Oh, right, that's why I set that hotkey that way. Okay, you know what? I'm going to change the hotkeys again. Okay, so too many hotkeys. Can I set the Okay, so the main brush is a brush, so P can pull that up. Let's just see. So I'll switch to the blender, okay, and then I hit P, but I go to, what tool am I on? Pencil? Not ideal. Sorry, I'm very rambly right now. Maybe I'll just take an early lunch and get another coffee and come back to this a little more fresh. Let's see. Hopefully I'm interesting and entertaining today. I don't feel it, but maybe. Okay, so if I change this hotkey for the main tool set to B, but then this specific brush to colon, then the way that I hold my hand for doing the layout or the hotkeys, I think this might be better. Because I'm just like learning this program, it's fine to have completely different hotkeys as long as I'm willing to kind of like adapt fully. If it's too similar to a previous thing that I was very used to, it's almost worse, because then I have a lot of overlapping muscle memory. Whereas if it's different enough, then I can kind of like completely relearn it without there being that much overlap. But now if I like hit B, doesn't do anything, which, no, it does. But it just grabs the, no, it does nothing. Okay, why does it do nothing now? I thought I switched that. It's not depends. Yeah, maybe the whole group doesn't work. Let's just try this. See what that does. Okay. So hitting P still did something. O, P. Okay, so this grabs my like pretty opaque. Oh, this is the sketch brush. And then this is the main brush. And then back to the sketch brush. Okay, cool. Okay, I can deal with that. Nice. All right, B does go back to the main brush now. Okay, okay, okay. I don't know if any of that made any sense to you guys, but I think I'm happier with those hotkeys. Cool. If I have more than 20 people watching currently, I'll be impressed. I feel like this is a haphazard mess of a stream. Not that they aren't all, but a little extra today. All right, so I might actually try using the sketch brush a little bit more for this. I did set it up because it has a kind of quality that I thought was decent, but that was before I was able to import my my Photoshop brushes. But it might actually be good for doing this kind of level of drawing. So it's quite a bit more opaque though. And like I was doing this for when I was doing some animation stuff where I needed to just kind of like really block stuff in quickly. So I don't know if it's ideal. 41 people watching. Well, it's double. So I'm doubly impressed that people are putting up with me. All right. Not that. Oh, right, it was still the eraser. Sorry, half of this is just me like being bad at this new program, which I still like. I'm enjoying what it can do. When it comes to doing like layouts and stuff like that, it's a little more difficult because I'm just used to the flow that Photoshop has, where like when I'm transforming stuff, I can like see the exact pixel dimension and like scale things really effectively. But I don't feel like I have that exact same control right now with Clip Studio. So it's like going to be great for painting stuff, especially because of the time lapse. And that's probably the main reason why I'm kind of like super excited about using this. Because like Photoshop is still fantastic for painting, but I was having just other little kind of like challenges that were getting frustrating enough. I wanted to try something a little differently. So it's also for anyone who's wanting to learn kind of like digital painting, it's not free, but it does just have a one-time cost, at least for PC. I know that the iPad version is subscription, which I don't get because it seems a lot harder to use on the iPad personally. Like if you have an iPad, get Procreate. It's amazing. It's like one of the best art tools out there by far, I think. And it also has the time-lapse feature, which is awesome. But like the interface on that is just really clever. It's very like minimal and like it provides the most kind of canvas space, like, but like the way that you control it is just very smart and using kind of like really effective gestures and like all kinds of cool stuff. Very, very clever. But then this is like the most customizable art tool I've ever used, where you can like really, really, really like, there's menus and menus and menus. So It's definitely a learning curve, but it's quite good once you've kind of figured out how to adapt to it. Very powerful, and then also it can do really cool things if you're doing like graphic novels. Like it has like a whole system for like creating like comic pages and documents and like laying out panels and word bubbles and all kinds of stuff. Like you can actually like create an entire book inside of this, I believe, the way that it's kind of like built up. I think this is the EX version that has the story stuff, which is like quite a bit more expensive than the basic Pro version, which is still very good. But then also like I got the EX version because you can do kind of like unlimited animation in it in a way. Like the Pro version, you can do really good animation stuff, but only up to 24 frames. And I was just kind of like, I like seeing people doing like fun little animations of like podcasts. There'll be like people talking, and someone will animate a cute little scene of that. And I'm like, I've always wanted to try something like that. So this is the tool that I would probably attempt that in if I ever actually like tried it. But then also just for fun little Jacob projects, being able to like animate cute little sprites for bad games that I design. This is kind of like the tool of choice for me now. I tried to do it in Photoshop, and it's horrible when it comes to animation. Don't even go there. Yeah, and Clip Studio also goes on sale a fair amount. Well, maybe not a lot, but like when it does, it's like 50% off. So if you see it go on sale and you're considering it, I think it's worth it. But it's also a bit more to learn than other kind of free programs out there. So if you're just starting out in digital art, I would recommend going with one of those. Like I think Krita is pretty popular right now, and quite well done. I've never used it myself though, so I can't really give you a proper review of that personally, but I know a lot of artists that have used it and seem to like it. And then there's quite a few others, some more Photoshop-like, some more kind of just, manga focused. Like technically, Clip Studio started as kind of like a manga drawing tool. That was kind of like the purpose of the design around it, I believe. But now it's kind of like a lot of everything, I guess. Which is pretty cool. All right. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of like, I guess it's working. We'll make it actually work. I know we will. We always do, but it's just one of those art days where I'm kind of like, boy, I hope this doesn't look too bad by the end. So far, I'm not sold on it, but maybe by the end, maybe. I won't hold my breath on this turning out incredibly well, but I'm sure it'll be okay. And again, I don't know. We're trying to make it look better than it was, so I'm sure that mission will be accomplished. People coming to the game for the first time, if they can get it, if they can like stick around long enough to get to this, I'm sure it's not that big a deal. Which is partially why it's kind of like, oh, I should have probably done one of the other traps, since it is kind of like only a small window of time that I actually have to kind of do redraws. This might not have been the most effective trap to redesign, but it is what it is. Okay, the buzzsaw. What do we do about that? I think some people were suggesting like a mallet, and that could work. Hello, Roxanne. Paint tool sign, A-Sprite. Oh yeah, I wanted to try out A-Sprite. It's very good. Yeah, there's an artist that I found on YouTube that uses A-Sprite, and they do really, really good kind of like animation examples. So I've actually been learning some animation stuff from them, which is super neat. A squeaky hammer, yeah, with like the accordion kind of spring, spring, or it's just like those like chickens, just all like wrapped together, like tied together, and it just slams that on them and screams. It's on Steam. Oh, I'm gonna add that to my wish list. Because like if I do some kind of sprite version of stuff, that would actually be a pretty good tool for it. It's like obviously very much designed to do sprites. So that's cool. If you download the dev version from not HickRab, GitHub, compile it yourself. Really? Wow. I don't know. I would probably want to buy it just because it seems like more of a kind of like smaller studio creation, which is for indie people, and I like to support stuff like that if I can. Whereas like Adobe Photoshop, I'm like, I'm done. You're just kind of like trying to dominate the market and grab more money than like there's times when things feel a little selfish, and Photoshop and Adobe just kind of feel like they go too far on things. Whereas yeah, like Sprite and like Clip Studio, like it feels like more genuine, kind of good, worthy project that they actually are trying to kind of like create something for that community. And like Photoshop is ultimately originally and I think it is a photographer's tool, right? It was created for manipulating photographs, and so it is actually still extremely ideal for that. So I can respect the changes that they've done to the program on that regard, and I see why they've kind of like added features they have, but it's just kind of like it feels less and less great for an illustrator trying to use it. And it's kind of like, I don't know, does it need to be a subscription-based thing? I guess it's fine, but because like a lot of people that use it, it is actually a tool that they use for their livelihood. And so it's kind of like pretty easily justifiable for a lot of people that use it. But I don't know. And I mean, to be fair, like Photoshop's always been incredibly expensive. I remember buying it when I was quite a bit younger. Very expensive. But again, it's a professional tool, and so if you're using it for a profession, it pays for itself, and it certainly has. And now, of course, HitGrab covers the cost of it anyways, so it's not like I need to complain about the cost of the subscription, but it's just kind of like there are other options that feel more suited to the work that I do a lot of the time. Like I still think I'll need Photoshop for doing layout stuff, because it still has kind of like the ability to kind of manipulate files and combine them. Like one of the things I've been doing more and more is kind of like creating an asset and then importing them as like smart objects into layouts, so that if I need to like tweak the content of like a banner or something like that, I can like work on that internal file, and then like when I save it, it like reapplies those changes to the bigger file. So then all I need to do is just like export it through that without having to like rebuild kind of that other file words. So this arm, I don't like how it's kind of like overlaying the salvo right now. So if I like move this up here, and like, I don't know, I don't like how super long this arm is maybe as well. I think when I first created this, I kind of like tucked it down because I was worried like, oh, it's like really getting too close to this edge up here. So like if I had the saw blade, it's kind of like a weird, kind of everything's tucked up into this corner. It's unbalanced. It's also a weird angle too. But if I did a mallet type thing, which I think is fun, how would I move this arm to kind of show that off? Like this one's so super stumpy, and this one's so incredibly long. Lightroom is better for photos. Oh, interesting. I've never used Lightroom. Yeah, I guess it's like very, very specifically for photos, isn't it? Where you can like bring it in and like do all your really good adjustments through like Lightroom. I think Lightroom's more recent, like within the past only like 5 years or less maybe. I remember like having a kind of like option to like beta download it, but maybe that was just kind of like a more recent build of it that I saw that. Yeah. Large cog and oh yeah, actually that is kind of fun. It just kind of bludgeons them with a giant cog. That could be fun. And it kind of like a little more excuse to get that kind of whimsy of like little steampunk, maybe. The name of this program is Clip Studio Paint. I have the EX version, which just comes with extended features, which are unnecessary to kind of like paint and animate and all that jazz. I think there's a demo version of it where you can kind of like get a feel for it, because it's definitely more imposing than other art programs. It can be a bit intimidating when you first load it up because there's just so many menus. It opens it up with like everything, which is a bad idea. But you can kind of like go to the window workspace and kind of like swap out for something like illustration, comic, and then maybe they have more categories, but you can create your own. So like this one here, actually I should probably save this. Register workspace. Replace, yeah. So I've just kind of registered the workspace. I think I tweaked it since I last saved it, so I wanted to make sure. But I have like an animation version. So if I load that, now I have like my timeline down here for when I'm kind of like doing animations. And I think even hotkeys and stuff you could change if you want. But like, what does the default look like? Actually, that's actually not so bad. This actually feels a little more like Photoshop, but like it has like stuff like this whole kind of like 3D maquette thing where you could like drag and drop in like a 3D character, and like this is super neat. And I was actually just playing around with it when I was doing some animation stuff. And this is really good for like people who are like kind of like learning how to kind of draw. You can kind of like pose a character using this and just kind of like, you know, use it as reference, which is awesome. Very cool. But yeah, that has like all kinds of extra things like textures and materials and like page layouts for doing comics, and like you can create your own custom versions of everything. So there's just a lot. But I don't know. I think it's pretty neat. And just the way that I like to work, I kind of like my tools on the right side because I'm left-handed. Originally, I used to work with all my tools on the left side, and I think when I've been doing my streams, that's when I decided to change it, because I don't know, it just felt better being able to kind of see everything here. And I think I had the chat going in the the left side for a while, but I actually was bad at looking at it over there, so I just kept it on my main page. Yeah. Yeah, scary sharp bits are kind of iconic on the deathbot. It's true, it's true. I think I'll be able to like keep some of that feel. I don't like the just gruesome concept of this, specifically this buzzsaw. And like the chain gun, I'm kind of like, it feels kind of gross to me. And this might just be my own perception, but I don't know. I just feel like it's not the language of MouseHunt in general. Like if you look at any other traps, other than the first like set that I've described redrawing as potential redraws, it just doesn't feel like any of those. Like even like the drill bot is still very true to kind of like this aesthetic, but like it feels more MouseHunt universe. And a lot of the deathbot is very MouseHunt universe, just in terms of like the weird kind of technology and whimsy to it. But like it's just those toolings on it that just I don't feel like they're great. When did I do this? I don't remember. Was this in the game? Am I crazy? 2018. Interesting. Interesting. It says birthday deathbot update as the file name. I don't remember seeing this in the game though. Anniversary deathbot. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, yeah. So this is one of the redesigns of it that I clearly forgot that I did, but I definitely did. The 1/10th anniversary trap you don't have. Oof. Okay, so 10th anniversary. All right, that makes sense. But yeah, like as you can see from that design, I got rid of the buzzsaws. I turned it into like crazy lasers. Is this in the game? No. Should it be? Yes. Yeah, it is in the game, I guess. 10th anniversary. Pretty sure I should have it. I don't remember it, though. That's wild. Let me actually see if I have it. Yeah, it's got to be in the game. I'd be very sad if I didn't get it. Which I'm sure people are. I'm sorry. Was it a trap skin, or was it the actual, like, different? Oh, okay, I do have it. Anniversary Deathbot. 2400 power, 15% power bonus, 25 luck, 10% attraction bonus. Stale. Physical. Alright. Yeah. The origins of the very first Deathbot were unknown when it was discovered 10 years ago. Until now! It seems it somehow found its way... Oh, right, I remember this. I actually think I wrote this. It seems it somehow found its way back... found its way into the past when we finally now caught up to its inception point. However, it seems the recent time loops have allowed some improvements to be made over time. A high-tech robot with advanced designs borrowed from the future. The Anniversary Deathbot comes equipped with a bank of high-speed, rapid-fire laser cannons, an automated targeting shoulder-mounted plasma caster, and housed with enough armor to withstand the heaviest of assaults. That's cool. Oh, you 10% insta-cash, really? Ooh. Nice. Totally forgot about this thing. Amazing. There's so much stuff in this game. Need to be an entire database to actually keep track of it. Too much. Alright. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Holy cow. When did that happen? literally just now. But that snuck up on me. I didn't even finish the sketch. My goodness. Well, we're probably gonna do a full stream today. That's just how it be. I like this stumpy arm. I don't know about this. I think we can make it work. Maybe if this is more like a punching thing. But we should go on lunch. But like, if it's more like this thing launches forward, it has some kind of arm that like when it points it at it, it just like fires it ahead or something cool. I don't know. We'll figure that out after lunch. My goodness. Can't believe it's already 1 o'clock. Oh boy. Okay. I've been ineffective with this design today. It's tough. Part of it's kind of like, it's like a classic design, so I'm worried a bit about like not making it feel, you know, like it like is an appropriate rework for it. You know what I mean? Like I want it to still feel like the deathbot, because it's an important trap. It was like literally like a moment in the original kind of experience where like you got this super big deal of a trap, you know. So I don't think this scribble makes any sense. I don't even know what I'm looking at now. I'm just gonna do it. That's okay. I understand what that is. All right, I'm gonna go on lunch, clear my head, get a fresh look at this. I think that will help me, and a second coffee as well for sure. Yeah, rocket arms. Yeah, just like it just like blasts forward. Yes, yes, I agree with that. All right, I think there's some potential with this. It is kind of just a weird stovepipe coming off of it right now, so I'm gonna have to like reinforce this arm, make it more like a meaty punch. I think that'll be cool. Maybe I'll rotate this off to the side more so it feels more purposely offset, and that'll kind of like help balance this one, like this thing taking up space, just being like, this is my punching arm. And it's a physical trap. It should feel like it's going to physically, you know, overpower mice, as opposed to tear them to pieces with tiny little metal things. So like the rocket salvo kind of being heavier on this side is good. And then this meaty punching arm offsetting that so they balance each other out a bit. I think that is what I need on this design. So yeah, like rotate that over. And that works. Again, we will figure this out when I return from lunch in 1 hour. So I'm going to put up a timer. You guys will get to know exactly when I'm going to return. And we'll pick up where we left off from there. So I'm also going to save this for the first time today. Oops. So let's see, what should I prefix for this would be Narnia. Deathbot redraw. I'll keep it as a Photoshop file though. Clip Studio is cool like that. You can like save it as a Clip Studio file or keep it as a Photoshop file so you could like transfer back and forth. We shall bring death to life. Yeah, bring death to life after lunch. Okay, yeah. Don't forget to shave. Yeah, fair enough. You're right. Okay. I'll be back. All right, and we're back from lunch. Hello, hello everyone. Welcome back. Have a little layer link. Let me see if I copied that correctly. Cool. It is not super brief this time, but his affection. All right. So let's see. I got my second coffee with me now. Let's see how well this goes. Slightly fresher eyes on it now. All right. So when I was heading off for lunch, I kind of liked this rocket mallet kind of idea that came up. I might explore this right now just a little bit. I'm not totally sure how I want to handle that, and the perspective on it feels wonky. So, also, I feel like it could be more kind of heavy-duty reinforced feeling. But then there was also a suggestion for like if we wanted to keep the buzzsaw kind of feeling to like make it more kind of high-tech instead of the saw blades, it being like glowing beams of light kind of thing, which I think is a good solution to kind of like at least take it away from being this kind of rusty, nasty, sharp, spinning disc of death and be more weird sci-fi disc of death. I think that like whimsical separation is what's necessary for it. All right. So if I do this beefier arm, I think I'll kind of just bulk up this base structure here to kind of be able to handle it more so. So let's see what that might look like. I feel like this point right here is always just a swivel point. Like originally, it kind of looks like it has like this rotating part as well as the swivel base, but I could see this just being a swivel thing. I don't know, I don't like it being kind of like this long kind of shoulder thing for the arm. I think it might be more effective if it's like short and stocky. So like heavier base to it. That feels like a sturdier arm. So instead of making it kind of like go further out, because that just requires even more stability, just kind of like bulking it up and thickening this base part, I think will help. It's like making it shorter too. Yeah, we're not, for this image, we're doing like the repaint of the original deathbot. Just trying to update the artwork, make it feel a little more modern. Because it's like the very first drawing with it is still like scanned in on paper, inked with marker, still see the outlines and stuff. It just doesn't hold up. So I wanted to redo it, but I also at the same time wanted to kind of like move away from the like very vicious quality of the weapons on it. So I think I still like there being those kind of slices on this. I don't know if this feels like it fits very well anymore. Maybe it's too thick. But then this whole arm can kind of like come down just a little bit. Can even rotate actually. That'd be nice. Could have this kind of like poised a little bit better. So that works, and then if I do this, right, the selection tool doesn't work the same as Photoshop. Kind of make this coming towards us a little bit more effectively. Maybe I'll rotate this shoulder up a bit too. So maybe that. I think this could actually be coming at us more with it poised like this. I think that will work. So I'll have this stumpy kind of arm here. And then it's kind of like pulled back. To here, and then this is kind of coming more towards us. I don't know what this is. Okay. I don't know if I made that any better. I might try the like high-tech buzzsaw thing. I feel like that might not be as bad. Yeah, I don't know. Also, this the missile salvo, I kind of want to make this feel a little bit more alien as well. Maybe like round some edges a bit. And someone made an interesting point about it, kind of like the deathbot having angular elements that kind of like is part of its language, and I think that's true. I think we can kind of like get some of those corners on things, like down here on these edges. But the deathbot is also a combination of like smooth, polished surfaces too. So I think that's kind of like part of what makes that work is there's a contrast between the two shapes. So think we just want to make sure we're conscious of playing off of that, and we'll get what we need. So yeah, there is just like an aesthetic for the deathbot, and it's being challenging today, but we'll get it. We'll get it. It just might run, you know, the usual length of time. We'll see. See, I should probably reload my chat. I think that did it. All right. Yeah, okay, so I think I can try the buzzsaw thing. I don't know if I want to keep the smaller shoulder or the bigger shoulder or go back to the smaller one. I kind of don't like how big that shoulder feels. Like, I thought I might like having it counterbalancing the salvo, but I think I preferred this kind of more. So let's do that. We'll go back to what the original deathbot had. I don't want to like, yeah, like I'm redrawing this, but I don't want to like completely throw away the design of it, you know? Like, I do want to preserve what makes it the deathbot still. Be true to its original design. But at the same time, I don't mind getting rid of parts I don't like, or at least adapting them to something I do prefer just a bit more. Alright, so I like what I did over here, where there's kind of like plates kind of wrapping things and kind of containing them a little more, as opposed to just smooth lines with kind of transitions between materials. I like a little more interaction in the technology. Overlaps and stuff like that are just more interesting to me. So I'm going to have this kind of be like almost like a sleeve for this arm that it got kind of plugged into, maybe. And then this elbow joint could be like slightly bigger. A more direct power counterpart to the NBM RC force field. Yeah, exactly. Like, they are literally designed to be in kind of like contrast, not contrast, but like opposition or balanced against each other. Like, some people will choose between them based off their stats, but we also purposefully kind of like made them the same tier, so you could kind of just choose based off of your own kind of opinion about what your trap kind of style is. It would have been kind of interesting to keep that kind of rivalry going between the trap designs, but it just kind of fell off at a certain point, mainly because I didn't really want to keep creating like super violent traps, you know. Just didn't like that about it. Some are fun designs, but like I would much rather lean into the ridiculous than trying to make stuff that's like actually kind of terrifying. Deathbot is actually fairly ridiculous, but you know. Okay, so I think to make this blade work, I'm going to kind of create more of a base for it, where it's like kind of like coming off of it. And I'm gonna need to like make it an actual decent ellipse. Also, how it would be posing it would probably be different, to be honest. So probably figure out what kind of orientation it would want to put this thing in. I almost think it would be kind of kind of pointing it more like how that blaster is, right? I don't know if that'll be easy to kind of like fit here. Like it might be kind of more off to the side like this, or hello. So it could be like holding it overhead, or what I'm thinking it might be is more kind of like we're seeing the outside of it, right? But then it's kind of like, how do we depict what the arm is doing with this? It's kind of a bit weird. You can't see how it all kind of comes together. It's kind of confusing, which is probably why I drew it the way I did, so you kind of make a little more sense about what's going on. And it's kind of just not activated, it's just stowed. Yeah, the yin to the NVM are C's yang. True, true. Trying to remember, I feel like I might have drawn that one on stream. Because I remember putting like the NVMRC kind of tag on the trap itself. Like as one of the first Easter eggs I put in, I think. I don't know. I don't know. Like, was that the first trap I ever drew on stream? Could be. It's possible. I don't remember when I introduced that trap. It was pretty darn early, though. I believe. It's like, if anything, like the blade could also be this way. And that's almost even more threatening because I feel like it's coming at me. Oh, what if it was like more of a kind of like Doc Ock arm, you know? Like segmented. Kind of, it's much more like kind of, you know, able to kind of adapt to whatever angles it needs to. So this thing's like way more mobile. I don't know. Doesn't quite feel like the deathbot with that, I don't think. Yeah, tentacles of, yeah, tentacly, or the world's robots. Yeah, that is kind of the concept of that style arm. Like, it could just be, I don't know, is that too far a departure from the deathbot itself to like give it noodly arms? Chain whip arm? Like, I do think I do want to just get rid of the buzzsaw. But then I'm like, what do I do with this arm? Like, if I give it this beefy rocket arm, or just like a mega punching cannon, that'd be kind of cool. It's hard to kind of like line that up, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe instead this whole like architecture is actually something like, I don't know. Thought I had something. I don't think I did. It's like, what if it's just this kind of socket thing that like it's like, I think I just need to know what the weapon is. Poison gas? Yeah, it doesn't feel like a physical weapon if it's like that, right? Yeah, and like this is going to be the laser weapon, so I think that's kind of already pushing the physical side. But like before it was shooting bullets, so shooting lasers is fine because that's kind of already what it does down here. But yeah, like exactly, like more finessey, not finesse specifically, but like yeah, mobile claws or something would be more kind of what I'm thinking would be appropriate for this. Like the Rhino bot is more like, hey, I have big punches, and I feel like if it has like really kind of nimble claws and stuff, that's more like tactical-ish, physical tactical kind of range. But like if it's just kind of like got like a meaty claw, that's kind of cool. And it just like grabs its target and blasts it. Exaggerated fist. Yeah, like that's kind of what I think might be the way to go. Like either like some kind of claw or fist. Like a rocket fist is cool. Just like, does this not, like, does it still feel like it kind of belongs to the same design? It feels like a pretty wild departure, maybe. Maybe not. Like, if we look at the other deathbot series, they get into this kind of stuff, and it's, a lot of them are like, no weapons, just punch, right? So it kind of is cool to, like, bring that earlier. Like the drill bot is more like, I got drills because I was used for digging, perhaps. But this original one's just like, I am super guns and rip and tear, rip and tear. And I'm kind of like, eh. But then like Monstrobot is just like, I big and smush. So this, I don't know, that's actually kind of neat. Kind of don't hate this. It's just a big fist. I feel like people might not like it though, because it like feels so different from the original. Is that bad? Like, I suppose quite a few of my redraws have actually been quite a big departure from the original design. And you know, if we're going to replace the buzzsaw with something like a gigantic cartoon-sized fist is actually a pretty good solution. Yeah, Roxanne, that's something we've discussed being a possibility of like being able to like go into a legacy view of the design, you know? Like I think that we would appreciate being able to keep the old art in some kind of fashion because I know that there are definitely people that will have like nostalgia about kind of the original designs and like you can view them all on the wiki. That is a place that they've been kind of like kept, so that's cool. But at the same time, it'd be kind of cool if we could just like have a button to view like all the different kind of versions of the art for it. So like when you're looking at certain characters, they might have an option to like see what their costumes are being for different events. And you know, generally when there is kind of like other art available, it's like I don't want them to see it. It's such bad art, but at the same time it's kind of cool because then it's showing, you know, how far along the designs have actually come. Being able to like view really old bad art and then see what we've done with it to kind of make it cooler. So I don't know. So this is very human gauntlet kind of look, right? Which I don't think feels futuristic, otherworldly deathbot. So that doesn't have a lot of the old art. Oh, okay. Maybe it was stored on kind of like in areas that got kind of like lost, because I know that's happened before. It's like when you upload art to those like image sharing services, they don't always stick around forever. So okay, we could do this kind of like big punch version, which is actually pretty fun. It's got that whimsy. Post that in the same spot. And then alternately, it could just be something a little more just kind of not human, but still like giant grippy thing, more kind of robotic. And also this will feel, it won't feel like very nimble, so it's still going to feel like, you know, a physical kind of attachment to it. It's not like some tactical kind of surgery arm of precision. Still clunky, but like less human feeling, which I think is probably good for the design. Yeah, a lot of old dead images linked, yeah. The scum scrubber trap arm. Yeah, it actually, yeah, that's right. That is kind of the feel that this will have, I imagine. That was a fun trap. Yeah, I kind of like this one because it feels less like from this world. Feels very physical. So I think we might have kind of figured out what this weapon arm is, at least. And because of its size, I think I will go with a little bulkier of an arm fixture to kind of make that feel like it's not going to snap it off under its own weight, especially when it grabs onto a big target. That's kind of the frame of it, and I can see this kind of movement to it, which I think is fine. That works. The salvo peeking out between there. Gotta watch out for these tangents. I might need to just kind of move things just a bit. But I think that's not terrible. feeling better about it. And then for this, I still want to do this kind of like bulking it up around the kind of outer edges of the base of this to kind of secure it in place. It's interesting if we don't end up kind of redoing the trap skins, which honestly I don't think they're terrible. It'd be interesting because they're going to have quite a bit of a different feel to it, which I don't know if that's good or bad. But either way, that art is significantly better than the original, even though I think it could be improved. I don't know if it is a requirement, especially because people might not need to kind of like have the deathbot with different skins for nearly as long as it might have been useful. Okay, so these kind of like saves every once in a while are very kind of, they hang for a while. I'm thinking that might be because of the like recording of time lapse though, so might not be too bad. All right, so I feel a little bit better about that now. It's heavy duty arm, crushing power. Yeah, and it's a big departure from just like giant rusty buzzsaw feel. So that's good. I wanted that. Goal achieved. I'm happy enough with this. Although I think I am going to tweak a little bit to move it to sit a little bit more comfortably. It's kind of cramped, right? So if I kind of like have this kind of pivot point here, it's pretty okay. And then I can kind of move the arm over and out a bit. So first I'm going to kind of lift it up a bit. So like that. And over. Just trying to kind of look at this whole thing, seeing if it's over to the side more, that might actually help feel more balanced for the weight, because like this looks like a heavy laser cannon on the right. This salvo is pretty big and heavy looking too. I might actually shorten it down so it's like 2 rows instead of 3 rows. And actually just the dimensions of that being more squat would just look nicer. And then weight-wise, this might help kind of balance it out a bit. But now I'm kind of just like, man, this should just be like Hellboy's fist kind of size. But that might be a bit much. Play around with that once I've kind of adjusted some other things. I'm going to shorten the salvo because I think that will actually look much nicer. That's not bad. Kind of makes me think of Johnny 5. That like shoulder thing. Kind of want to just make it smaller in general. I did want to like change the dimensions of it all around anyways, so maybe I should just do that. It's kind of a little more compact. Portable little death machine, as it were. Can I change the weapon at the head? Yeah, I could totally do that. So like, it's kind of got these silly little laser cannons, which is interesting. But what were we thinking? Oh yeah, thanks. I enjoyed figuring out that robotic tail on the slumbering boulder trap. That was a tough one too. It can be a bit challenging to kind of get all that machinery in perspective. I remember I was drawing that before stream, like a day before, and I did quite a few different sketches of that tail's orientation to kind of like figure out what worked for me. It's just trying to find like how to pose it to feel like it's kind of poised and ready to strike, and you know, all that. It's a bit of work, but I think it turned out great, I think, in the end. And then like the adjustments we did to the trap overall on stream, I thought was really quite good. I liked the upgrade. It is neat. Yeah, the trap that you'll have in like 5 years. I know it is very out there. Gotta have goals, you know? Got to have goals. Yeah, certainly it was absolutely designed, and this is something that we've been kind of like learning by trying things. Queso Canyon, or the Geyser specifically, we kind of like were trying a specific kind of like way of creating a reward structure that was a lot more random and like had that kind of like jackpot moment to it, and I think that was too far on one end. And then for this one, for the like slumbering boulder specifically, it's kind of like very much you can grind for it, but it's like on the far end of grind, right? Like you can make progress on it every time you're going through the floating islands. So you can definitely get there, but it's like pretty hefty in terms of cost. But yeah, it's kind of like we designed it for the purpose of it being an above and beyond for those players who like are willing to kind of like just go all in to kind of like get the upgraded version. The base version is the one that we're like, yeah, we think that when you kind of like complete the area, like the base version are the traps that we kind of like want you to come away from this with. We don't expect people to have the the prestige base at level 30. We don't expect everyone to have the Dragon Slayer cannon. And I think that in terms of the floating islands, where we could have improved how we delivered the traps and the upgrades, was more so layering the upgrades behind something so that it felt more like something for those achievement chasers, where right now, because it's a thing in the shop and it's just kind of like, you know, an element like all the other things we expect you to accomplish in the game, it feels like it's kind of like you have to do it. Like it's part of the quest, and we expect you to get all the upgrades, but we super don't. You know, like that was kind of the design behind it, but I think that one of the things we learned from doing it this way is that we need to kind of like create different layers depending on what the expectation should be. Like I think it's a fine trap and a fine price, but like being able to convey it in a way where players can kind of like get that it's not for everyone, that we don't expect every single player to achieve all of these things, because that's literally impossible for that. Yeah. Yeah, 30 luck. Yeah, level 30 prestige base. Go for it. Yeah. I don't actually remember what kind of levels people have gotten theirs to. It's, let's see. Where can you actually see this? Dee, dee, dee. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, get that trap collection checkmark eventually. Yeah, Eclipse 30 is very likely impossible. I'm just trying to remember what the actual kind of like floor tier, because we did at one point kind of math out what is like literally impossible, and it's very high, but like to like get there, it's kind of like, oh, you would have to like get Terrified Adventurer after Terrified Adventurer, never fail to catch, like all that kind of stuff to get like some insane thing that would be, you know, minimally, you know, greater than stuff that people have actually done. Yeah, 12, 13, yeah. 14 to 16 for hardcore for sure. No, exactly. 30, that's way over impossible. Nice. Very nice, Roxanne. Yeah. All right. So I like this grippy arm, I think. It's not terrible. It feels weird, but you know, it's just trying something new. Like it. Hmm. Eh. Hmm. Maybe it needs to be a little bit extended. Because like now I'm picturing it in action, and like it's moving and like trying to grab something, and I'm like, oh, it's too stumpy. It's too short, and like the dimensions of things feel bad. Like the Deathbot original, the OG, it kind of had like this wide stance, and it felt balanced enough, like bottom heavy enough. But like with this big beefy arm, even though I kind of like reduced the salvo, it kind of feels too like balanced in a bad way, like where it's too even, where like this is bulky, this is bulky, this is bulky, this is bulky, this is bulky. Whereas with this, it's like bulky, super bulky, and then like medium. But like, I don't know, maybe I'm just not having a good art day and I'm feeling that. That is how it go. But I'm thinking if I just shave a little bit of weight off of this, it'll still feel strong and crushable, or crushing worthy, which is good, but it's not going to feel like Monstrobot strength, right? Which is probably where it should be. This is the first Deathbot. It should be the baby Deathbot. It's a little more maybe elegant and high tech, but actually probably not, especially given these modifications. Um, so yeah, I think I'm just going to trim a little bit off. Give it a shave, if you will. Speaking of which, time to save. Yeah, I think it just felt too heavy, even though I want it to feel strong. I just think it felt a little off balance, a little off kilter. But I think also moving it out was the right choice. It just needs a little more reach. And then if I move this here and I rotate here, it's kind of coming forward at us a bit more. I like that too. Okay. Now I think we're getting where we need to go. That is positive. And considering the time, that's, I can't believe that I'm actually still sketching this at 3 o'clock. Oh boy. This is not going nearly as fast as I really expected it to. Wowza. Bad art day. I feel like I've been saying that like every stream recently too, which is kind of, I mean, let's be fair. I am also working in a program that I'm still not very comfortable in, and I do believe that that is part of the struggle. Is I'm kind of fighting with the tools just a bit. It's getting better though. But I have been using Photoshop for probably like 16 years. Actually, more than that, I think. And so, you know, kind of familiar with it. Okay, rotate this just a bit. Feels more interesting, at least. But yeah, you know what? I think I'm actually just going to shrink it a bit too. I don't think it needs to be so huge. As much as I'm kind of like, big punchy arm, I actually feel like this feels a little bit more deathbot. It's just a little robot that's capable of great damage to weak mice, but will not hold up against some of the brutes out there nowadays. Definitely not nearly as strong as its other counterparts. Yes. That is a little better. In which case, I didn't really like how bulky this mount actually was. I was like having to use it that big, but I just didn't quite feel as good. This scaling tool is real funky. So what I wanted to do was kind of create a like arm mount here that is kind of segmented a few times, and then this will kind of give it that reach. So this here, right? Something like that. works. It does look kind of weak actually, because it's got like such strange little pivots to it. Doesn't seem like it'd be very effective. But then again, I feel like there's like those robots that build cars that are probably kind of using similar architecture, joints and setups. They're probably pretty darn strong. Yeah, that's true. Like, there is definitely a subset of people that never actually picked up the deathbot because they were NVMRC people, and mad full respect for you. Like, I'm the kind of person that would have grabbed it even if I never used it, just for collecting it. But like at the time that you would want to do that, it's like you probably didn't have the gold, and then move on and just kind of forget that it's out there. I'm thinking that this is just kind of mounted on like that, and it has its own kind of swivel point here. Sure. That makes perfect sense, Jacob. You got it. Okay. Oh man, yeah, I used the Chrome Rhino for a very long time as well. It's a good one. I actually took my time upgrading to the Monstro. Had the Rhinobot for a long time. Just kind of had that, like, it's good enough, right? Kind of don't like this segment here. I don't know. It does still feel like deathbot design though with it, so I'm sure it's fine. It just kind of, maybe if I connect it here, that'll make a little more sense in terms of it being strong enough. I don't know. Feels wonky. Like this is kind of like at an angle like that, but like the way it's drawn is more like that. So that feels bad. There's like bad, just mechanical drawing. Things aren't kind of in perspective. You'd think I'd be better at this. Also, I don't like how just bulky the whole thing is here. It just feels too much. I'm gonna try this again. I swear we're gonna actually render this today somehow. If I ever figure out how to stop scribbling. Bring back the original deathbot shell here. Okay, lighten this up a bit. I mean, look how thin that arm is comparatively. It's fine bulking it up a bit, but this is significant by comparison, so I'll try and reel that in just a little bit more. And if it feels too weak, I think I just need to make the arm smaller. Yeah. Should have been done this sketch hours ago. Just not working out today though. Okay, so I think I can bring this up to here. So I like it going past the shell just a bit. Right. And then we'll keep a center line on this so I can kind of like keep the perspective in mind. So here's kind of like the ellipse that it's working with. Preserve that. And then I need it to go back in perspective, right? However we attach these elbows, we'll figure that out. This arm, if I move it up and then rotate it a bit, might feel even more kind of poised to attack the mouse, which is probably ideal. Have a little bit of overlap too, which is good. Maybe even tilt it more like that. So that feels more like ready to strike, which is good. Just trying to figure out what kind of level of overlap would look nice. Keeping in mind silhouette is still important. So having it kind of sticking out a bit is decent, but like if it's actually clearing it, the silhouette is stronger, right? You can actually see that it's a claw that's kind of sticking out. Now it's going to make it quite long. You can move it up here, where it's kind of like extended upward and kind of like lift, instead of it being tucked, it's like lifted it up a bit to bring it down. Could even just get rid of the rocket salvo and just have it have like these two arms and maybe like a battery pack looking thing. Now I do. Some soda. Yeah, I kind of want the arm to read on its own. I feel like that'll be stronger for the design. So let's keep that angle. I think that angle's interesting. I'm going to hide the salvo for now. Thanks. So put that on a different layer. Deselect. All right, back to the claw. The claw. So that's cool. I could even rotate it more and like really aim it down where the cheese is, right? It's like really carefully watching this piece of cheese. It's protecting it with all of its ability. And that just seems perfect for the deathbot. It's like a very specialized machine. Yeah, okay. I actually kind of like that. I might change its stance a bit. Feels like so wide, but that's kind of neat too, I guess. Okay, I'm feeling a little better about that. So let me just change this. I just want to like get the shape of this armature back so I can kind of tell what I need it to connect to a little better. I did say we would eventually figure it out. It's just kind of, sometimes on stream we just hammer at the same issue until it finally is like moderately working. And that's just how it goes. And I always appreciate all of you who join and hang around to watch this struggle of a design. Always appreciated. Okay. All right. So we have this up here. I'm going to start from here. And how will this joint work? Is it more like this, where there's kind of like a socket like on the sides that the arm goes up into, and it pivots on that? Could be. So the arm kind of comes through that, and then there could be like cool wire coming out the top. That works. And it kind of matches the other deathbot parts, which is important. So I think that is actually the design for it. Okay, so it's like a cylinder, but then there's, I think if this is the cylinder, but then there's kind of like this cut out of it right here. It's like maybe beveled a bit too, right? And then the arm is kind of like in here, and there's this kind of axle there. Okay. So then this is the top center line between these two, we'll say. Just because that gives me a little more view of this to work with. That's the top. I can kind of show what's going on a little better. It's going to be really interesting to watch this replay. I'm gonna, when I'm like happy enough with the sketch, I'll kind of like make it spit that out on stream real quick, so we can just witness, you know, hours of scribbling back and forth and changing my mind constantly. It should be kind of fun. So this does actually kind of like give off that the slumbering boulder, slumbering sentinel, is it? Vibe. Okay. So that's kind of plugged into there, and then this could have that kind of outer connection. And it's like these parts only pivot in one way, right? Which I think is pretty easy to make clear. It's just like robotic arm action here. Or even just one of those desk lamps. That works, I think. Well, I don't want it to just look like some slab of metal here. We'll make it a little more kind of weird tech looking thing. Yeah, hot tub. I'm actually like still very happy with that drawing I did of the hot tub. I like how the water turned out. That was many years ago. I took a course, an online class about doing advanced lighting. And one of the lessons, we were illustrating like water and light passing through it, and like I learned some techniques for drawing, you know, the surface of water, and how to kind of like make that look interesting. And I used that on that image, and I was quite pleased. So I'm pretty sure that was the same time. All right, so this will have to be kind of like plugged in here, and then it's also kind of just a narrow vertical chunk here, right? I don't like how like I don't know, this arm feels wonky. Do we do the like Dr. Octopus kind of segmented arm here? I think we might. I think it's time. Let's just do it. It's okay to be super weird and cool looking. Redesigning it. And it's kind of like this tech doesn't really match with like any other. Well, actually, the Warpath Thrasher kind of has something like that, I guess. But I don't know. Like, I do still want the deathbot to feel like it doesn't really totally belong. And this actually definitely feels way more on that level than it ever did originally, because of the original one, it was just kind of like weird human, like low-tech stuff slapped onto this high-tech thing. Which is fine, but I don't want that pivot there anymore now. Not like that anyways. I'll actually bring this up a little bit closer. What do we think? Does this still work? Have Have we gone too far? Have we flown too close to the sun? I'm just worried that like people are going to be like, that's not the deathbot. What were you thinking? You know? Also, that looks kind of funky. It's not lining up. It's a little better. Yeah, I don't want to lose the deathbot completely, you know? To be fair, a lot of the redraws I've done have really pulled away from the original design of the character. And like this is not nearly as an extreme a change as kind of like other redraws I've done, so I don't think it's terrible in that regard. But I should probably look at the description to see if that's going to have to change significantly too, because like it probably mentions the armament specifically that it has. Let me see. I haven't actually looked at the description in years. Actually, it's probably the 10th anniversary when I last looked at it. I'll find you yet, deathbot. So many traps. I suppose I should have just looked around its power level first. Oh, there it is. Because I got the party bot. Oh. Oh, this was before, like, trap skins, wasn't it? Yeah, you had to actually, like, convert it into the party bot. Got it. In which case, I don't know if I have the original deathbot. My goodness. Time to travel to Narnia. To the town. Let's go buy one. Trapsmith. Yeah, okay, so the description would need to be tweaked. Deathbot comes equipped with a high-speed chain gun, 2 rapid-fire laser guns, an extending saw blade arm, and 9 mouse-seeking missiles. Even the quickest, cleverest mouse still stands little chance against this adversary. Purchased. Yeah, so we'll have to tweak the description. But hey, it's just how it goes, I guess. Sometimes that's happened. Not often, but I don't know. I just wanted to get rid of the saw blade mostly. So it would have had to change either way. But what do we think of this, like, arm here? Yeah. It's definitely more high-tech feeling. Ooh, what if the old version could be a skin for the new one? That's actually pretty clever. Deathbot Classic skin. That's cool. I will suggest it. Now, do we want it to be like properly segmented where there's like gaps, or just kind of implied, like smoother? Maybe there's like some kind of glowy thing running down the center line of it. I don't know. I think I might bring the missiles back, but like stick them off to the side a little smaller. Because like the description is very much like it will not escape because of all of the many items that it has for absolutely annihilating mice. Actually, I like the laser design of the kind of future deathbot, so I think I'm gonna adapt it to somewhere in between those two. So like the future one from the 10th birthday was more like this kind of laser cannon, which I actually think is fun. Kind of chunky. Something like that. I like maybe not fully that yet. Somewhere in between. How have we not actually started rendering? Oh my goodness. This is like one of the longest sketches I've ever done. It's bad. There's just so many choices to have made, I suppose. I'm being very bad at locking down on what I want. Ah, loading. There we go. To be fair, text stuff does take a little longer too. But still, just kind of did not expect it to go for this long in just sketching. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Yeah. Kind of like replicating some of these designs in smaller parts. This older model of Mouse Deathbot was made when standards for humane hunting were less strict. Nice, I like it. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Got a slightly more interesting angle on this one. Might move that up a bit though. It's kind of like extended down further than it might need to be. This feels more like it's pointing where it should. Can I actually do this? Nah, doesn't work like Photoshop. Okay, well. Maybe the segments could be square/rectangular in shape. Do you mean for the arm tail thing? Or maybe other kind of like segments? I feel like you're probably talking about this. In which case, yeah, I feel like that makes sense. They're like just a whole bunch of rectangles kind of like snapped together in a way. In which case I think this mount needs to be less kind of circular. Again, there's kind of this aesthetic where there's like circular and blocky kind of in harmony for this creation. A lot of like smooth edges and then a lot of kind of harder, flatter surfaces. I think in the right combination can look quite nice. Oop. There we go. Just trying to rotate it so the perspective actually feels like it lines up. Okay. Yeah, that's feeling like a deathbot again. I think little segments being kind of visible is good. It's more interesting, I think. I don't know if I'm going to actually end up painting this today. My goodness. Just not going as smoothly as I was hoping it would. Alright. I think I don't want it to be sticking out that far anyways. Tech stuff is a lot of work. Let's give it a flip. Just like maybe this should be shallower now. Just tweak this forever. And then like when I actually go to render, I feel like a bunch of this will just change then too. I should just start rendering probably. All right. Can I move this down to be a little more central to that? Because that design does feel like it's part of the original. So if it's a little more centered there, I feel like it does still need to rotate just a bit. Kind of liked it where it was. Yeah. And then I think I just need to adjust this to accommodate for it. Because in the original there's kind of like this opening where these sockets go. So I think it just needs that back maybe. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. One step forward, two steps back kind of day. All right. This is kind of interesting. This should be connected to it somehow. Because it's like this is obviously the outer shell going over here. This fender. Fender? Is that what the word I was looking for earlier? That panel. I don't know, do I even need these kind of like weird gaps? Like in the original one, I don't think I'd miss it that much. Like I think one of the reasons I did that was I wanted to show like different textures in this creation, but at the same time it kind of feels forced. And again, if I just kind of close it up a little bit more. Part of what this can do as well is help show this shape, because this is kind of like a smoother dome here. So if I use this, I can kind of show that. Yeah. I don't know. I'll figure that out. Not right now, though. I think I'll actually start to render this, because I just need to start doing that. Otherwise, I'll just keep messing with the sketch, and I feel like once I start rendering, things will feel better anyways. Because there's just kind of like a severe lack of like, this is working for me. And if I just start painting, I might not have that feeling. Or it'll get worse. We'll find out. Oh, actually, before I start rendering, I want to watch the time lapse. So let's just click the menu to see the exported time lapse just so we can watch this. And I can be like, oh, I kind of like how I did that. Let's redraw that. Try that out. I might bring this elbow back. That was loud. The like human. You know how my arm can like things I tried. Yeah, it just feels unbalanced there. And it's like getting closer-ish. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Well, let's just do some rendering, and then I think I'll play around with the sketch more. But first, I want to actually get some actual art done today. So I'm gonna grab the original color, just as the starting point to kind of like get the right feel for it. I'm gonna go with this kind of like light blue gray material. And then let's use our accent brush. Just start blocking this in. And we can just kind of like blast this everywhere to start, and then cut away where we need to. So the cool thing about the way the brushes are set up in this is I can just like hit a hotkey to switch between erasing and painting, which is handy because normally what I would have to do is switch to the brush, but like the brush settings are separate from, or sorry, the eraser, and the eraser settings are separate from what the brush settings are, so I would have to kind of like resize it to kind of like match where I'm working. Like you kind of start big and work your way smaller, but the way that it's set up now is just kind of like the brush remains exactly the same. It's just you're swapping between filling and erasing. So it makes kind of like doing quick back and forth even more efficient. And then I can saving recovery information. This autosave is very slow sometimes. I don't like that. That's just like stuck now. Cool. I don't like how long that takes. It's kind of a bit much. Okay, so I think there being this kind of like shape where it kind of like has this like gentle curve that gets more, gets stronger is kind of the feeling that I want to go for with this. So that's kind of the profile of it maybe. But like, I'll move this up just for golden ratio reasons. So like this kind of French curve right here. Oop, hold on a second. Sorry about that. Just had a kind of call about a web domain that I have. It's weird, I've never had that. Alright. So, yeah, I don't know if that's kind of quite the shape, but it's a start. Yeah, it's like I've had like some web domains that I've had for like literally a decade or more, and never gotten a phone call about them before, so that feels very, very sketchy to me. Someone just like did a who is for my domain and was like, I'm gonna call them and get them to pay for services or something. Who knows? Who knows? I haven't used that domain forever. Just parking on it. Oh yeah, the new Granite mouse. Good point. I never actually kind of finalized and uploaded that one. I'll have to do that at the same time as this. Would be a nice one to have as well. It's pretty much done. I just kind of like wanted to look at it again. Just kind of verify I'm happy enough with it. But it's also just way better than the original, so good enough, I'm sure. Should be interesting to see the silhouette after I kind of block it all in, right? Also, the nice thing about like switching between kind of filling and erasing is you can get like really good crisp corners, whereas just trying to erase into it to like gain those corners doesn't quite work. So now I just like fill in here, and have this like very sharp corner in there, which I couldn't get if I just tried to erase that in without repainting it in. Which is why I like overpainting things. Lets you do that. And of course, once I get this all blocked in, I'll be able to easily just kind of like fill in different kind of parts of this and start the, figuring out what material is this part of the creation, and shading. Like the rendering part is always enjoyable for me. Sometimes sketching is frustrating. The design is like not working for me. I pretty much always enjoy rendering though. Which is why I'm kind of like, I should really just start rendering this, because I feel like with that happening, I'll kind of have a better idea of where I want to take this in general. Like if I actually just make this look cool, then I'll be like, oh, I know exactly what this needs now. But there's just kind of a lot of hesitation in design on my part today. Kind of not feeling confident with decisions I made. And that makes it difficult. Make that a little bit thicker there, I think. I feel like these fingers are inconsistent in dimension, so I'll have to try and keep that in mind when I'm kind of looking at that later. Yeah, exactly. Being able to kind of like see it rendered will just really let me visualize different parts of it so much better. It'll be much nicer, I think. Like, is it balanced without that rocket cell though? I don't know. It's hard to say. So I don't quite know how I want to handle this part either. I think that'll be fine once I like start on it though. But yeah, I'm kind of liking this idea of like the very cheesy laser tech, very campy, or this like Faraday cage kind of looking, just, you know, nest of metal. Could be good. Kind of feels like this is like a low res image. Why does it feel so extra low res? This is 1520. It is actually smaller than I'm used to working. What happened to this file? I don't know, I'll work with this, but I could have sworn I've been working in double this dimension for a while now. Maybe I opened an old file by accident somehow. Could have sworn it was the usual template. Yeah, normally I'm not used to seeing pixels zoomed in like this. It is what it is right now. I suppose if I doubled the size currently, it wouldn't really wreck anything. So I haven't rendered out stuff. I might need to clean some edges, but it might be okay. It's just one question would be, is the base gonna work? It should be fine. The only thing is I need this foot to like cut properly here. I don't think that'll be an issue. So let's see, how do I do this? Canvas properties, probably. So, I don't know, maybe I have always done 1520, but like in Photoshop it doesn't look as crunchy. So, oop. Yeah. Okay, so that's just the canvas, not the whole image. I mean, that might be the only way to do it, but I'm pretty sure I can just scale the whole thing. Change image resolution. That would probably do it. Interesting. Scale. That do? Yes. Okay, let's see how this goes. Oh, I wonder what is going to happen to the time lapse actually. That feels a little better. Yeah, it's kind of crunchy. Yeah, that's so much smoother looking. Okay, weird. I mean, it won't make a difference in the game output, but like when I'm rendering stuff, I like having enough resolution to work with. It just felt weird at that zoom level that I could see all that aliasing happening. It seemed wrong. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I really thought that my template file was big enough. But Must have been an older file that I opened. Who knows? Apparently not me. Okay, so pretty much got this all cut out. And I can kind of clean those crunchy edges if I run into them while rendering. They are noticeable, but otherwise I think we're fine. Especially since when I actually output it, it's just a quarter of this resolution. So even if it is crunchy zoomed in, it should not show up like that. And the base should still work. Trimming it right up to the edge. Technically, there's much better ways to do this. But I'm weird and like my bad practices. So it looks fine. A little bit overlap is good. Okay. Get rid of that. And let's hide the sketch, see how this looks. So this actually, I think, does read. The silhouette is a little more clear. Like this claw specifically, I think, has some good stuff going on. This is going to have, like, you know, prongs or whatever coming out of it. So that'll also kind of like have that kind of, I'm pointing at this. This cannon is a little bit weak. But like if I have kind of like wires coming off of this, and then this has those same wires, that helps, I think. Right? So I can do that. I'm gonna move these wires out a bit more. So it's easier to tell just how kind of, how much of an angle this is at based off of the how kind of like wide that inside gap is. Have that overlap a bit. Trying to get a nice catenary dip there. So that's okay. So that, I think, reads. I agree. I think like a little bit of that kind of like jumbled togetherness still is a part of the original deathbot. So like, you know, I could have like wire kind of coming off of this one too, something like that, right? So I think that will help it. If I did do the salvo, you know, I'm worried that it kind of like loses some of that legibility. Like it could be this really kind of tight rack on its butt. That could work. Something like that, maybe. So there's just kind of like a strip of rockets where its like back plate goes like, and it just fires out like that. That could be cool. Kind of makes me think of the Monstrobot's kind of wrist kind of cannon that just like pops up, and there's this kind of cannon inside of its forearm, and then it's got its palm blaster or whatever. So that'd be kind of cool if it's, yeah, like this plate that actually kind of lifted up and there's rockets in there. I like that. It feels a little more kind of weird tech as well. No, like the laser here, I totally want it to have that like weird, bad, retro sci-fi feel to it, right? The like this thing here. That's what I want for that. I think that's very fun. And the name deathbot, it just kind of works, right? It's got its death ray. So yeah. All right. Oh my gosh, it's 4 o'clock. Where has the time gone? All right, so looking at the classic paint render, I'm going to move this over now that I have the actual drawing in a state. Shrink it down so I can kind of see it. So it's got kind of like these gold kind of plating, which is kind of neat. It's a very bad gold, if it was even supposed to be gold. Some kind of metallic shininess going on here. Also, it's got like this platform, which I'm wondering if I want to keep, because a lot of the bases do fun stuff right here. I suppose not a lot of the like original bases use that, but I don't know, it's kind of neat. A lot of the early traps I did always kind of put something there because I was like, oh, the cheese needs to sit on something that, you know, the trap interacts with, right? But for some of them, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Like the slack, it's like the actual kind of slingshot band, or some of them it's like a trigger button, but like the deathbot, it's just kind of like a panel that doesn't really mean anything to the trap itself. And you know, like when I first made the high tension spring, that is like the trigger for the trap, as well as a lot of the early traps. But this one, it's independent of that thing. So I think I'll actually omit it, just because that gives more room for the base to show off. And some of the artists are working on the old school bases too, to kind of like give those new life. In which case, you know, just being able to see them will be nice. So I'm going to skip it. I don't think it needs it. I think this part here is a little bit too thick compared to the other fingers. And one thing that I might do to kind of make this easier to see is just having this clip down below. So I lose all the other scribbles around, but they're still there. You know, it just kind of makes it so the edges are really sharp and easy to read. And I'm going to just do a little more rendering now. So I'm going to do a new layer. This one's also got the clipping action going, and this I can use to kind of like create different textures. So we have kind of like four different materials at a minimum. We have this kind of like internal tech where there's like more exposed weird technology, right? And that's kind of something that I should probably still show in some ways, in the joints and kind of like the gaps. It'd be kind of cool to see this weird, you know, whatever is actually running the show here, and then this outer shell is just decorative and maybe built-in armor kind of thing. And then there's these kind of metal plates, you know, so we'll have the kind of metallic areas. So maybe I'll start with just capping some areas with that interesting kind of metallic plating. I think I'll go a little more brass kind of coloring. And right now this is very gray, and I think it'll kind of be a little more gray overall, but it's still going to feel more white in the end when it's actually rendered out. So this is the hotkey for my accent brush. Very good. Did not forget. And just so that it's easier for me to kind of do this, I am going to choose a darker color so the values are a little different. Now I still don't have a way that's really effective to kind of look at the grayscale of the image, which I really do miss. I feel like there's got to be a good way to do that, because like that's just something that artists should do. It's just kind of like take a quick look at it in grayscale without having to like do weird layer magic where it's not actually showing the true grayscale of it. Hello? Oh, right. Wrong hotkey. Oops. I'll see if I can do that real quick. Like if I make a layer at the top and I just fill it with white and then I set it to color. Yeah, so that's one way to do looking at grayscale. I can just turn this on and off, but like it's not perfect. Like the brightness and value is not quite preserved. So like, look how bright that red is visually, and then when I do this, it's like super dark. So it's not accurate. But maybe if I do hue, that feels the same. Yeah. I don't know. I do miss that. Because it was like one hotkey that I had, and I would have a window open off to the side that already had that preview going. So I wouldn't have to like turn it on and off. I could just look over and see the grayscale of it all. So that's a big kind of loss from switching. But I'm sure there's a way to do it, so I just got to figure it out. Like the way it worked is I had a like you can preview a color set, and you can do that in Clip Studio, but the only thing about it is I don't have the same option. It's like dot gain 20% is the actual thing used in Photoshop. But let's shrink this down to 38% and 38%. Did that work? Nope, I did that wrong. 8 and 8. There we go. Tabbing doesn't work, which is dumb. So sorry. Yeah, in Photoshop, I could just kind of like click a button to preview a different color space. So basically, when you're working for print and stuff like that, you can set your monitor to show you like how it's going to look with CMYK using like North American printing, like stringent requirements in their color space and stuff like that. And I had one that's kind of like just grayscale. And you can kind of do the same color previewing in Clip Studio, but it doesn't have that same grayscale setting. It's all just proper printing stuff. And I figured out how to save out the dot gain grayscale thing, but I can't figure out how to properly set it up as an imported color space for Clip Studio yet. Once I can do that, all will be well. But I haven't quite figured that part out yet. I tried adding it as like a monitor calibration, but couldn't quite get it to load it properly, I guess. I think that might be a way to do it. I'll have to fiddle around later. All right, so I guess this can also be that material. I do want there to be that relationship to be like, this is pivoting that. It's the pivot joint for this thing. And I want it to kind of like balance around. So let's see, grab this one, move over here too, but this is going to be a little bit wider because it's turned to move away from us, or angle more perpendicular to us. But it's also a little bit further back, so it's fine if it's a bit smaller. And these are even smaller than that. So there's also kind of like these bands on the arms of the deathbot, which I should probably preserve. For this one, I wonder if like the inside joints should show this kind of like material. I feel like that's kind of neat actually, especially where it's kind of like pinching and you know you wouldn't really see between the material so much, but then like these edges, because it's kind of like opened up there, that's where you would see it. And then of course here it's opening up as well. So that's kind of cool. Zoom in a bit. Clean this up a little bit. So this one's going to be open quite a bit. Again, we're still just blocking and stuff, you know, like this is where I would be during some of the streams. Other times, like at lunch, I'd be like just finishing blocking and stuff. So surprised at how long this has taken. Very slow today. Maybe I do want a little bit thicker so you can see it pretty much everywhere. But like in these spots, it's like extra visible. But like I kind of want to still be able to see it even where it's pinched in. Maybe just a very thin sliver of it is fine. But still visible is important. Yeah, antique wooden base. Get that weird marker outline on it instead of the just clean looking piece of wood. That's an interesting idea of having kind of like the legacy of versions of things with the King's Shop. I don't know. Could be. Could be one method for it. I think I probably prefer just being able to like click a thing to view the original. Just because then people don't feel like they need to go collect the original from some, you know, other part of the game. Especially when they used to, like they've played the game with the very original, right? Either we would like not replace their original one with the updated art, and then it's like, oh well, now I want to go get the updated version of this to add to the collection. And then new players wouldn't be able to kind of obtain the old one without going through that route or whatever. I don't know, I just kind of prefer to make it just the one thing with upgraded art, and then, you know, if we ever add that feature, which I think would be really nice, to be able to just kind of like look at the legacy version of it in your inventory or however. Yeah, it's not up to me to figure out how to do that though. Would be nice. Okay, so these will have kind of like gaps in them. Kind of like picture this like a watch band. For those of you who know what a watch is. Ho, 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 ho. So funny. It's funny because I don't have people young enough to not know what a wristwatch is. I'm sure they're out there. So that kind of looks neat. I like it. It isn't terrible. All right, so next, what I could do is I don't know if I want it to be like the red that this original has, but like I'll just start with that, right? Might as well just start there and tweak it. All right. So I might as well just do it as a layer on top, to be honest, even though technically it's like behind the shell here. I'm kind of thinking it might just be easy to do it this way. But my brain is screaming like, no, you're gonna regret doing it this way. It's not correct. It should be behind it. We'll see. We'll see if I regret it. I probably will. Yeah. For stuff like this, where it's like, I need to kind of paint the negative space. Feels weird. Feels like I won't be able to tweak it very easily if I want to. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking I might move this to a layer behind it and then just erase away where I need. He says as he does nothing to change his actions. Okay. All right, let's just do it correctly. Okay. So is this how I want to do that? Okay, so I make a selection of this, and then can I, trim the selection using that layer below. Okay, so now if I cut that, paste that, erase there, move this below it. Oh, why can't I see you? Is this filled in with white? It is. Interesting. Interesting. Wait, how is this clipping? What? What? I can clip underneath? That's a thing this can do? Whoa, I learned a new thing. That's neat. So you can clip stuff to a layer and then move it behind it, and it's still clipped to it. That's kind of cool. Didn't know that was a thing that was possible. All right. Neat, I think. I don't know if I'll ever have a use for that, but neat. I gotta clean this up a bit, but first I'm gonna fill this so that I can actually clean this up properly. Oh yeah, my sketch is gonna disappear because I made this a clipping layer. There we go. I don't think I'll really need it, but probably best to err on the side of being able to see what I'm drawing, just for a time. Okay, sorry. Switch to this and clean up those edges. Yeah, this is probably not making a big difference because it's only a few tiny areas where that red appears, but I don't know, I feel more comfortable with it actually being in the order it needs to be. What is going on? I don't have a selection here, do I? Ah, deleted. All right. Sorry, I'm a bit rambly today. Kind of get like this if the day is not progressing very effectively, or just I always get rambly anyways, but I don't know. A little bit of a frustrating art day, I'm not gonna lie. The sketch and everything just took so long to do. Also, I've definitely not saved any time by moving that layer behind. It has in fact made it slower. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, this can be that layer. Sweet. Yeah, there aren't skins for bases. That is a good point. Maybe one day there will be, but I don't know if we have any intentions for that, you know? Don't need to get caught up in that tiny little details. Okay, so then this as well, I think would be kind of that red. So I'm going to overpaint this. Probably get up in here too. Because then all I need to do is erase away where I need that to show up. I'll just make sure that the gaps in areas are going to have it if they need it. Yeah, not a lot of areas will actually show that. So cool. Now, when I come in and I erase stuff away, I apparently did not overpaint enough here. You fool. That all needs to be red back here too. There we go, that should be enough. perfect ellipse. Yeesh. And here as well. We'll have kind of some of this exposed here. Just a little bit. Enough to add a little bit of kind of contrast and interest to those points. And these as well. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe just the kind of like outer edges of these joints for the knees could also have that. I still need to fill in them. Oh boy. All right. Yeah, I think I can do it here. Yeah. All right. Oop. Maybe up here, just in case. Just in case. I probably should have just duplicated this whole base layer and just filled it. Because then anytime I erase away, it would just reveal this material, which is better than what I'm doing currently. I feel like this whole armature was in that kind of material before. Yeah, like the extending kind of portion of that arm. Like maybe this down here, or just the perimeter of that. And maybe even here too. A little bit of added visual interest if there's just kind of this trim around it. So let me see what that looks like. It's going to be bad though, because I'm like having to kind of cut this out. So perfect time for an autosave. Oh, that was a bit faster at least. So something like that, and then do the same thing on this one. I think that it just adds a little more kind of visual pop to it. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I don't know if I want to do it around all of it, but I feel like it might have it here too. Just a very thin band of it though. Not enough that you can see it around the back of this, so switch color, there we go. terribly exciting stuff, I'm sure. Just absolutely dynamic artwork here. Wow. Wowie. I think the inside of this could have that visible. Right. Kapow. Alright, cool. Oh my goodness, 4:30. This is wild. I feel like I'm caught in some kind of like time sink. Don't know why this is so slow. I've even gotten to do cool rendering. Oh my gosh. Alright. The fingers up in the claw arm, I think I'll probably have more of the red there. I regret like being like, oh, this should be a layer behind, because that's more logical. I think that wasted a ton of time, to be honest. All right, let's do some really kind of like quick pass on the lighting on this, just because, you know, I feel like I gotta at least get some rendering in, but I don't know. Feeling like I should wrap it up soon, which is kind of not great. Okay, so we got our kind of like top right lighting. That's an eraser. Maybe I'll do the lighting on a layer above. Probably for the best. So I can just mess with it a lot easier. Yeah. Give it a little more blue, maybe. It's kind of nice. So what I'm thinking is maybe I should do the ambient light pass first. So with this, I'll have kind of like the sky kind of influencing everything. So whatever is kind of like able to get just normal ambient light, which is quite a bit of it. I'll just give it a kind of gentle, soft lighting pass, right? I'll actually turn the sketch down even more. And then I'll also kind of like give it the same kind of treatment with shadow. Nothing harsh and sharp, but just enough to kind of like create the just general atmosphere of the scene. So there's no direct lighting, is kind of the concept here. This is all just kind of scattered light, bounce light. Wrong brush. Just kind of what's around it. The cloudy sky, the like open void. It's one of the things about drawing on a white kind of empty backdrop is kind of it can make everything feel like it needs to be pretty bright. Alright, so that's the light pass, and let's try doing a shadow pass above that. So I'm going to go, let's see, probably more gray, a little warmer. And I have an occlusion brush which might be useful in some spots. Get it to work how I need it to. I probably won't start with that, actually. Start with my main brush and just kind of look for areas that is going to kind of like have a lot of trouble getting light actually into it. Nooks and crannies kind of thing. Again, this is just the ambient kind of shading. No direct light. Like this is all kind of tucked underneath. It's not exposed to the sky above kind of thing. It's a gentle, soft set of shadows on things. Use my smudge brush to kind of like smear that around. Maybe that's the wrong smudge brush. There we go. It's too textured for this like shiny plastic. Again, still having to get used to these hotkeys. So there's going to be like bounce light underneath of this from like the ground below. It'll be, you know, bouncing light up at it. But like here, there's kind of like this joint that overlaps. So like right up inside that joint, there's like barely any light that can possibly get in there. It's going to be quite a bit darker. Smudge it out. Yeah, we'll get deep shadows in areas like this. Like in here, it's very cast shadow in there. But I might do like an overall just kind of shading everything a little bit more. But I don't have, that's another thing that this does not have that Photoshop does is, and it might, but I haven't found it yet. You can do like a brush stroke or something and then hit Control Shift F, I believe, and you can pull up a fade option. So you can basically tweak the stroke you just made and like pull it back. So you could kind of drop down something pretty intense and then kind of like lighten that up until it's exactly where you want it. And that's a pretty neat feature that I've used a lot. It's great for fine-tuning lighting in a very quick way. You can kind of like really blast something with a shadow, go too far, and then you use the fade to pull it back to find where it's actually at the right levels. So it's a very, very useful for doing kind of speedy, kind of finding what works. And yeah, it's just a good tool that I use and I do not have currently. So I keep switching between the classic blur, which is not very good, and then the actual blur that I use. So I gotta change those hotkeys, so I stopped doing that. I'm getting better at the hotkeys, slightly. Still messing them up constantly though. So it's starting to get a little bit of dimension, and then when I hit it with like actual direct light, it'll be cool because then I can have like the arms casting shadows on stuff, and I think that'll look really nice. It's nice to render today, even if it is just a little bit. It's like because of this like plastic material, I feel like it's actually going to be bouncing a lot of light up at itself. So like here where it's getting closer, I could see that actually getting brighter there. I'm not going to deal with this claw arm right now. So I haven't done the kind of like the other kind of rubber looking material for a couple of the joints. I think I might actually just use this kind of auburn mauve, whatever, to do that. So there's a lot of different materials going. I don't know if it needs another. Okay, I also might figure out this whole kind of crazy rig later. It's like I'm picturing this part as like almost like a tinfoil kind of texture, so I'll have to kind of render that later as well. I don't see myself finishing this today. I'm kind of getting that kind of exhaustion happening, so might wrap it up. In a few minutes, anyways. Not this moment, but yeah. Just kind of like, I don't know, shame, because I was like, I can totally do this all today. I normally can. So. There we go. Back to the proper layer, please. This one. Yes. Yeah. Oh well. Can't win them all. One of these streams, I'm going to be like, what a great art day. Totally crushed it. Totally crushed. So some of the shadows added in. I'm going to bump it up a bit here too. So I'll do this part. I'm going to erase it away up here. So the shading is going to, or the shadows are going to kind of creep up where it's getting close to the ground, but then on this side, because it's kind of facing out, it's actually going to get bounce light from the ground. Kind of soften the bottom area of the shadows there. And like right where it touches the ground, maybe it's not going to get any really good bounce light, but kind of interesting how those flip. Where this one has kind of like more shadow at the top, and then on the other side of this has less shadow. Oop. Hotkeys. Here we go. And it's like this inside edge here. Might kind of like have that catching some light too. Same with this one. All right. It's definitely some deep shadows right here. Probably some of the deepest shadows that are easily found. Definitely under here too. Gotta keep remembering what tool I'm on and switching correctly. Okay, I feel like there'd be some good deep shadows in there. That's nice. I might kind of swap out materials there anyways though, so I don't need to go too crazy. I think I'm going to lighten this up here. The top side of that is probably getting some good light from the sky. It's open to it. Not direct light, but still some sky. Alright. Give this a save. Cool. Alright, so let's try a layer in front of this one. And this one I'm going to use kind of like more of a warm bright, and let's see what happens when we set this to screen. So we get kind of like this nice warm sunlight happening on it. Right. But I'm just kind of like blasting this down in too many places, and then I'll erase away, hopefully, to make it look really nice and kind of like interesting lighting on it. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. So I'm just going to smudge some of this around where it's a soft transition. Although, like, this is the direct light hitting it, right? So I want there to be a hard kind of like terminator where the light no longer is actually hitting the object. And so like on that transition there'd be like a little bit of a blend, but you know, it's just like literally where the light can't reach it anymore. It'd be a bit of a soft transition where it's kind of like round shape, because just like less photons are coming down and striking that surface directly. But then when I like come in and start to erase it is when it kind of like starts to work even better. So it's like, okay, none here, none there, need some here. It's like definitely none here because this is casting a shadow onto itself, at least. So just blocking all that, I'll say. selectively erase it here, so it kind of still has that segmented feeling. And we'll probably get some more strong kind of like bounce light happening. That maybe you can see how it kind of like has that kind of white plastic feel, even though there's a lot of gray. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to kind of hide the sketch, and it's kind of like, oh, that's hard to see, right? But what I'm also going to do is just kind of gently erase away kind of the edges, and then have that kind of smudged. Like so. So you can still see that form. And I don't know if I want it to be like this bright shell white kind of thing. You know, like this is probably too intense. So I'll probably kind of drop it down a bit. And it's like this cannon here, I'm pretty sure it would just be kind of like completely blocked from any direct light. You know, and like this part here, this is definitely not getting any direct light here. Kind of casting a bit of a shadow on itself. And it's also very indirect here, so it'd be less intense, even if it was able to get hit by it. No direct light here. Maybe some on the inside, just there. Maybe just barely right there. Yeah, this is just kind of blocking the light pretty effectively here. But it still has like the sky kind of lighting it, you know, that like light blue happening. But yeah, I just want to be able to kind of like have shadows rake across things, and I think that's kind of cool looking. And yeah, like this, definitely in shadow on that side, the inside of this. And it's not like super directly facing the light on that plane, but the top side of this is getting a decent amount, I would imagine. Yeah. And like another thing that I'm probably going to play with for this is where it falls into shadow, and it has a lot of very strong lighting on it. I actually think I'll have some kind of like scattered light happening to kind of like show that it's this subsurface material where the light kind of like, you know, goes into it and passes out on the other side. So let's see, where can I do that? Like these edges where there's like really strong direct light and then it goes into shadow. And like even this kind of edge here, you know, I don't know what color I want to go with, but this kind of minty blue. Sure, why not? It all kind of helps express what the material is. It's like so bright where the light is hitting it. And we can just like use a slider to try different colors for this, see what works. It's like maybe it should actually be this kind of warm red because of this under like material here, right? Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, no, I mean, this is probably one of the ultimate kind of examples of before and after, but like if I was on a good art day. Today I'm not feeling like it's a very good example of it, but at least I'm getting some interesting stuff happening now. A little bit. Yeah, hopefully you can see what I'm trying to get at with this kind of subsurface happening here. Smudge that a bit. Yeah, the smudge tool doesn't work quite as well either in Clip Studio, but alas. Yeah, this is also technique that is really good for doing skin, because skin actually is a material that has subsurface scattering. You have like a thin kind of, like your ear is thin cartilage. If you have light coming from behind, the light passing through will actually bounce around and you'll get kind of the color of your blood essentially coming through, and like even just indirect light with the right lighting conditions, your skin will kind of like be more red, and you know, depending on where it is, you know, like you have thinner kind of skin on your forehead, there's less kind of like flesh there, and so it's kind of more you know, blue and bone, and kind of cheeks and stuff, you have more kind of blood vessels and all that, and it all actually adds up. You don't really see it that way, but that is kind of something that artists are kind of aware of when they're kind of rendering stuff. Or at least, I don't know, some think like that, but it's not required, of course, but it's just a thing I think is cool. Alright, so this is casting a shadow onto itself here. I think this should have like a stronger set it to normal so I can get that proper yellow. Back to screen. I'm gonna try lighten first. So that has like more color mixing in it. I don't feel like that is necessarily how I want it to be. Like this is a little more kind of, I don't know. Yeah, this is kind of almost feeling like a weird sunset with that pink, but then it's like extra yellow here. I'll leave it as screen. What does add do? Add is just like, goes really bright. Overlay is kind of like keeping more of that color detail. Soft light is barely doing anything. Hard light's not bad. It's a little more kind of intensity and keeping that color, but yeah, screen is kind of, you know, all of the above in a way that's kind of, you know, lining up with kind of lighting. Yeah, so the blue is kind of interesting. It's kind of got this electricity feel to it, but I'm going to try using a hue slider and see what that looks like. So if I can remember where that is. Maybe under layer. Might be edit. Tonal correction. Even say, yeah, there we go. So we can do things like some kind of weird green, going more into that kind of like red. And I think that like certain hues are going to be stronger and more intense, so we would need to kind of like adjust things like probably the saturation more likely, because like the way light works is, you know, depending on what the actual color is, it can change in its intensity and brightness. I kind of like this like electric blue feel. Oh, Wash is having dreams. Purple's kind of neat. But you know, it's kind of like also we want to keep in mind what the other kind of complementing colors are. So we have this kind of maybe brass, maybe gold, depending on what we want to use, and then that kind of like more kind of matte, darkened kind of red underbelly of this whole thing. And in which case this kind of like blue plays off of those colors, and it's balanced, so there's a lot less blue than there is kind of those warms. So I think I'll keep that kind of color scheme for now. And honestly, I think I'm going to wrap it up right now because there's a lot more to do, and I'm not going to be able to do it in the next hour. And I think, oh, hey, it autosaved, nice. I think I'm just going to clear my head and, you know, get this working next time. Because yeah, it was a little bit of a struggle, not gonna lie. It was a lot of struggle. I like it. I think it's good, but it needs more. So let's kick back, watch the time lapse, see where we started, and the struggle it took. Let's do the all. Just enjoy this. Yeah, so it was good. I'm thinking it's much improved, but yeah, it's super still far away from being done. I think it might take a whole day still, which is a lot. That's a lot. The sketch just did not go well. Oh well. It's interesting to watch. I like this. This is cool. And I can like see moments where I'm like, oh, it's kind of working there. No, it's gone. Oh well. I do like that it, when I export it, I can tell it to be like, do the full thing, and it'll kind of like show every single brush stroke. I was worried it wouldn't do that before, but clearly it can. A lot of scribbling. There we go. This will be like the new thing for the art stream, I think, where human, where basically when people go to rewatch, they can kind of like jump to the end and just witness the whole thing in a quick time lapse. And I'm sure people who share the stream summary or whatever can probably put a timestamp to when this actually happens at the end, which should be easy to find because it'll be like right at the end, I think. But this could be a nice way for people to enjoy the Feedback Friday art streams without having to kind of like just skim through the entire video to kind of like see it or rewatch the whole thing. You're welcome to, you know, if you want to just see me frustrated and rambling. But, you know, I could do like a little summary of the day while we watch this playback. So I think this is kind of cool. I like this. I'm going to try and do this more. Um, Obviously, if I'm doing kind of like more graphic stuff like interfaces or stuff like that, I don't think I'll stream too many of those anyways, so I don't think that'll be a problem. But I'll be using Photoshop for those, certainly, because it just has better tools that I'm used to. And I'm very bad at layout, so I need all the help I can get. But painting, I just need to get better at the hotkeys and figure out how to kind of get my grayscale view to work properly, how to kind of just memorize my hotkeys better, I guess. I don't know. How to sleep well and have good kind of art days. That's nice. I want that too. But yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, like the kind of missile silo hole for the rockets. Yeah, like so I mentioned this earlier, but I never actually put it into the sketch. But like the idea of kind of like that plate that could just like pop up on its back and it has rockets kind of racked in there. That's kind of a cool way to do it. It can even have just like rockets in its feet. Who knows? Who knows? Probably not that, but it could though. So I don't know. I feel like it's well on its way. It just needs more time to cook. It's not done baking yet. It's got the soggy bottom still. Yeah, and then depending on the material quality I want to give it, oh, there we go, wrapped up. I'll put like specular highlighting on it, and then I can kind of like bring the brightness down even more, and just kind of it'll get there. I'm excited for how it's going to look in the end. It's going to look like really neat. I think it'll have that good kind of like weird tech plastic feel to it, and like I think I'm gonna have a lot of fun doing all the like detail of the like the inside of the shell, the actual guts of the thing, and it's gonna feel like how I wanted the deathbot to feel originally, where it's this weird kind of otherworldly technology masquerading around in the MouseHunt universe, and then the scientists of Narnia have kind of like repurposed it and advanced their technology very, very far thanks to this weird unknown technology that they discovered. And that's that. But yeah, so I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. I'm going to post the Larry link if I have it still copied. I do not. Grab that. Copy. Paste. So that's going to be in the chat. What? In case you missed it. Yeah, cook it up real good. Yeah, I think it's going to be fun when this is done. And I'm going to try and like remember to include those rockets. I think the like silo style on the back is a good idea. I might try that out. Also, I want to like change the material colors on like the hands and the like giant laser cannon. Honestly, I have an appointment at the vet next week at the time the stream would start, so I don't expect I'll be able to stream next week. But if I did end up doing that somehow, it might be fun to kind of like continue this if I don't have other pressing art I must do. But we'll see if we can bring this one back, because I'm enjoying doing this on stream, even if it is extremely stressful how slow it's going. I think it's nice to have you for this journey, and hopefully it's been entertaining. And with that, I'm going to sign off. And again, I appreciate you all so much for coming and hanging out with me. Give me some guidance on what we should do, and just sharing feedback and what you think of the process, and asking all kinds of questions and all that good stuff. And as I said earlier at the start, if you have like feedback on kind of like early game experience. I'm actually interested in kind of hearing from you. I want to know kind of like what are some elements of the game where you were like, wow, this game's kind of cool. Like I'm hooked because this exciting adventure thing happened. Like maybe you were like working hard to catch a specific mouse, or you felt really rewarded when you like obtained a trap, or unlocked a new area, or who knows, like whatever. It could be anything really. It could just be like the art. It just captured me. Whatever. Um, I'd be interested in hearing from you to kind of know, like this is what made MouseHunt something special, and it stood out as a game that I wanted to keep playing. Because I think that kind of feedback is important for us to hear and learn from. Because a lot of us, we just make assumptions about what works and why. So yeah, feel free to, uh, I guess, write up a tiny little thing. I can't read, pages of stuff, so succinct is good, but yeah, send that my way, and I'd like to read it. And I'll try and see what I can glean from that to kind of like help make purposeful for future players for the potential Town and Anya rework I'm going to try and put together. So we'll see. We'll see. Best part for me is the art and how chill the game is, and I love that that's the thing that the game does. Just the like casual, just hang out, catch mice, things progress. You get to see new art that we create and love to create for you, and keep that train going. Loving it. Okay, well, I'm gonna head out. Be well and stay safe. Take care of yourselves and others, and I shall see you next time. Happy hunting, everybody. Bye. Oh, I'm gonna actually go to this window to shut the stream down. Just gonna, oh, over here. Yep, there's the button. Bye.